All right, good evening, everybody. Welcome to this meeting of the Sterling Heights City Council, which I will hereby call to order. Please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance, and after we're done with the pledge, remain standing for the invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear God, please bless our elected officials. Grant them courage and wisdom to do what is right for all citizens. Amen.
Amen. All right, Ms. Riska, can we please have the roll call?
Mayor Taylor?
Here.
Mrs. Sarowski?
Here.
Mrs. Koski?
Present.
Mr. Radke?
Present.
Mrs. Schmidt?
Present.
Mr. Yanez?
Here.
Mrs. Yarko?
Present.
Council, we need approval of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Mrs. Koski.
move to approve the agenda.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion?
Oh, yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I propose to pull item L from the consent agenda and make it item
9C.
9C. Thank you for beating me to it, Mr. Mayor. Yes, 9C.
All right, 9, we'll take item L from the consent agenda. We'll move that to consideration item 9C. Council, is there any other discussion? No further discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. First item on our agenda tonight is a report from our city manager, Mark Vanderpool. Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a very brief report this evening so that we can get to the excitement on hand. And let me just begin by saying most of you know we have been involved in updating our master plan over the past year. And while that doesn't sound very exciting, it's something that we have to do. We're always looking ahead and addressing development issues that may be coming up in the next 5 years and looking at ways that we can improve development and plan for the growth of our city through the master plan. And in doing so, we engage with a lot of businesses and residents, and we've had town hall forums, we've had joint meetings with the city council and the planning commission, and so on. Now, people like me kind of think that's fun, but others do not. But the item that I'm going to introduce now is the fun part of our master plan. And I want to introduce Alexis Richards with our city planning office, who's going to lead this part of the discussion.
Awesome. Good evening, everyone. Tonight we have the pleasure to share with you the work of some very talented student artists. As you're aware, the city is currently undergoing a complete rewrite of our master plan. Throughout this process, we have actively sought to include the community. And while traditional engagement usually targets adults, we wanted to ensure that we are including the voices of our youngest residents as well. One way we have done this is by hosting an art contest, asking students the question, what is your favorite place in Sterling Heights? The art submitted depicts an array of places and unique perspectives of what makes Sterling Heights special. The art you're about to see will be included within the master plan and aids in demonstrating that in Sterling Heights we plan for all ages and that we are a community that has something for everyone. So without further ado, I would like to pass it over to Mr. Fox to go through the art.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ryan Fox. I'm the planner one here, and I have the distinct privilege of going over these wonderful pieces of art with you all. First, you'll see a piece by Brooke Wilson, aged 14. Brooke had this to say about her art piece. My special place in the city is Dodge Park. It is relaxing and calming for me. When I am bored, I like to hang out with my friends. I also like to find Dodge Park very calming and relaxing. Haley Del Vecchio, age 12, said about her piece, so this watercolor piece here, this is what I love about Dodge Park. I love the nature trails. Helen Franco, age 13, said, my work shows my neighborhood. It is quiet, colorful, and greenish with bushes and grasses. Next, we have a piece by Iris Shim. She stated, my art shows a girl feeding the ducks next to the river in Dodge Park. As you can see, one of the ducks is having trouble swimming on a life preserver in the top part of that. So I'm sure it'll get better with time. Next, we have a piece by Jack Schock. Even though the slide does say 6, he is now 7. Jack said that I love Dodge Park, the bridge, and the city I live in.
Good.
Callie Grader, age 12, said, my favorite thing to do in Sterling Heights is go on a nature walk with my family. And you see the leaves are all wonderfully colorful. Soon we'll have those leaves again in Dodge Park. Samantha Masajewski stated, I drew the library as my special place because I like to read books and the bear statue is beautiful. We appreciate the bear statue as well. Anila Galka, age 11, stated that I drew a dog park. I have 3 dogs that are very dear to my heart, and I've been looking forward to taking them to a dog park, and here sounds like a great place. We agree with you, Anila. Elise Hartwig, also age 11, drew Sterling Fest. Sterling Fest is special to me because it only happens once a year, has so many fun games, amazing amusement rides, lots of food options, and plenty of fun activities available. Couldn't have said it better myself. Next, we have Savannah Rowland. Savannah said that I like Kroger because there's a lot of things to purchase and eat there, and we can't help but agree. Maybe Kroger should hire you for marketing. And next, we have Fruit Rowland. My special place in the city is her new school at Holden Elementary, where she's going to make new friends. We wish you the best of luck at school this year. And last but certainly not least, we have Mine Nguyen. The Sterling Heights Farmers Market is my favorite place because it sells lemonade, popcorn, and has great music and a relaxing picnic place located in the park. I also love that popcorn, so we appreciate your art. And with that, I do want to invite, because we do have some of our student artists in the audience, if you want to stand to your feet and we'll give you a round of applause, please. We want to thank everyone who submitted wonderful art pieces to us for this process. Academics often ask, for whom do we plan? And the answer is for our children. So thank you again for your participation. It certainly means a lot.
And Mayor and Council, as you know, we actually have a more formal item on our agenda this evening related to our master plan process. And I'm pretty sure it's not going to generate any applause or laughter from the audience, but it is important. And I just wanted to conclude my report this evening by reminding residents that there is a recycling town hall tomorrow at our DPW facility on 18 Mile Road. It's from 4 to 6. So this is kind of a 2-part town hall, as I mentioned at our last council meeting. From 4 to 5, we'll be focusing on recycling in our multifamily areas of the community. That's mainly targeted toward managers of those facilities to make sure they fully understand the city's new ordinance, which requires recycling in those facilities. And the second part, from 5 to 6, will be a general session, kind of a Q&A for residents if they have any questions about our new universal curbside recycling program. That will be the opportunity for us to address any questions or concerns. That program, by the way, is very popular. The residents throughout the community seem to be very happy with the universal curbside. And as I showed you with some of the metrics at the last meeting, the amount of recyclable goods being diverted from landfills is really impressive, and there's no question the program is working. And Mayor, that concludes my report this evening. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Vanderpool. We'll move on to the next item on our agenda, which is what most of you are here for, I think. And this is, well, this is not what's up on the screen right now, so I'll read it off of here. This is a resolution. I don't think that's it either.
Nice neighbor.
But I'll set it up myself. So this is a presentation of the Nice Neighbor Award. The Nice Neighbor Award is an award that the city of Sterling Heights gives out any resident, employee, or in this case, the police department, can nominate a resident who goes above and beyond to improve the quality of life for a neighbor, a friend, coworker, or just somebody who's here in the city of Sterling Heights. And today we have one of the more special Nice Neighbor Award presentations I think that we've had, certainly in my 15 years on the city council, certainly one of the more memorable ones. So this is a presentation in the Nice Neighbor program, which again honors residents that improve the quality of life for the community and its residents. The Sterling Heights Police Department, I mean, you guys, there we go. We used to have these monitors used to have like us on them, you know, and you could see yourself talking, and it was a little distracting. We haven't had that in years, but it was just cycling through. Okay, so This Nice Neighbor Award is a nomination from the Sterling Heights Police Department. The police department is, of course, nominating Scott Van Leuven.
Yay.
All right, get your hands warmed up because we're going to be doing a lot of clapping tonight, okay, Scott? You know, I think Scott might be a little embarrassed by it by now, and that's sort of what I love about Scott, is just a hardworking guy. He is doing things for the right reasons, gives his time, not for recognition, not for awards, not for any sort of praise, but just because he loves the city of Sterling Heights, and he's charitable, and he wants to use his time for good. And talk about being in the right place at the right time. So let me get back. The Sterling Heights Police Department is nominating Scott, a member of the Sterling Heights Citizens on Patrol, based on his heroic actions on August 13th, 2024, to stop an attempted abduction of a 7-year-old girl in Clinton River North Park. So for those of you who may not know about the backstory here, I'll summarize it. At approximately 2:20 p.m. on August 13th, a male subject pulled a 7-year-old girl off her bicycle in the park and forced her into his vehicle. As a parent, and I know many parents out there, there's nothing worse. It's the worst nightmare of any parent. And the girl's aunt was watching it happen. The girl's aunt, Alicia, intervened by reaching into the subject's vehicle through an open window and grabbing the steering wheel. But the male subject fought her off, and they fought. The perpetrator and Alicia fought and tried to separate her from the vehicle. And he was going in forward and reverse, trying to get her out of there. And Alicia's son Dominic came to the aid of his mother, but he ended up being hit by the vehicle. That's when Scott Van Leuven, a 14-year veteran member of the Sterling Heights Citizens on Patrol, was nearby. He was just in the right place at the right time. And if you've noticed the cops' cars, the Citizens on Patrol, I don't know if they still say this, but they'll say eyes and ears. And that's what they are. They're just eyes and ears. They're looking out. Even I do this. Like if I get in my car and I'm going to Kroger, I'm just driving and, I might notice something here or there. But when they're out driving, they're looking for anything and everything. They're alert and they're trying to find any sense of a problem. One time I was driving down Shaner Road near that Kroger at 19 and Shaner, and I think it was Scott and Dino were just out. Where's Dino? He's here somewhere. I think it was the two of you that were just out changing somebody's flat tire, okay? And they didn't have to do that. They probably were just driving around. They saw somebody who was in need of help, and they pulled over and helped them out. So anyway, back to the story. So Scott sees this happening. He was nearby in his pickup truck, and he saw Alicia hanging out of the vehicle, desperately trying to stop the subject from fleeing and driving away with her niece. Acting on his training and on his instincts, he knew he had to lend his hand to help somebody in need. So he maneuvered his pickup truck and blocked the subject's vehicle so he could not leave the park. Scott got out of his pickup truck, proceeded to confront the subject, and pulled him out of the car himself. Scott held him down until the Sterling Heights Police Department arrived, and officers were on the scene to take it over from there. We learned later that afternoon, of course, that that same subject had attempted to abduct another child in Clinton Township just a couple hours earlier that day, only about a half a mile from my house. So it goes without saying that Scott is a hero. He deserves recognition as much as he doesn't want it. He deserves it. And he is a humble hero who acknowledges, quote, "Everybody tells me God put me there at that time," unquote. Well, Scott, God put you there at that time. God put you in Sterling Heights, and every one of us is better off because of it. We thank you for what you've done for the residents of Sterling Heights, for that family, for that little girl. It's unimaginable what could have happened, and I'll just say, you can go the rest of your life without doing another good deed, and you're going to be still right at the top. But that's not how Scott is. He's right back to work. He's patrolling at the farmer's market and at Music in the Park. They're at Sterling Fest. And as you see, there's a lot of volunteers out in the audience tonight. Every one of them, I think, would have done what you did, Scott, but you happened to be there. And I had no doubt when I heard that this story happened, there were a couple people that I thought might have been it, and you were right at the top of that list. So it's my honor to invite the city council down to congratulate you, present you with this Nice Neighbor Award, and we hope you'll come take a picture with us, Scott. You know what, we might take it over. Where do you want us, Melissa?
We'll have you guys line up back here. And we'll have Scott go back there with you guys as well. And then I'm gonna probably need everyone to sit down so I can get closer.
You know us moms, we just gotta.
You guys might wanna scoot over just a little bit. Like, Mayor, go there, then he'll go there, and then you guys scoot in a little bit more.
Okay, scoot in.
Yeah, yeah.
Scott, come on, ready?
Scott, and then we'll have Deanna go on that side.
You're good.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'm sorry. A couple rows back.
Come on, let's go. Deanna, you're over there.
I kind of talk sometimes.
Aren't we looking?
See first, if you don't mind. Squeeze in just a little bit tighter.
You look so skinny, Scott. We do.
And then smile. Look at me. Thank you. Those are your grandkids, Cody?
Oh, they should be up here.
Okay. I'm good.
Hey, Scott. Good job. Congratulations. Good job.
All right, we're going to hear from Scott in a couple of minutes, but there's more to this presentation. So at this time, I'd like to call up our Police Chief Dale Dwojikowski, who would also like to recognize Scott and acknowledge a couple other people who played an important part in this this incident that could have been much more tragic than it was. Chief.
Absolutely. Mayor Taylor, members of council, it's great that we do have a PowerPoint presentation, so if the folks downstairs can pull that up. We'll get started with this. We had our Nice Neighbor Award, but obviously from the police ends, there's so much more to this story. Alicia, the aunt, Olivia, and Dominic, we want to honor and recognize you guys for the unbelievable work and bravery you guys demonstrated. And before we even get into this, I'd like to show you a little press clip. The Mayor Taylor did a great recap, but we have a clip from Channel 7 I'd like to play now, kind of outlining this entire run.
It's that kind of night.
We begin. 2 attempted child abductions to send shockwaves through Metro Detroit. Thank you so much for joining us for 7 News Detroit at 6. I'm Carolyn Clifford.
And I'm Mike Duffy. People across Metro Detroit are talking about this today. Police say the same man tried to kidnap a teenage girl in Clinton Township and later a 7-year-old girl in Sterling Heights. Now, in both cases, people nearby jumped into action to save the kids.
7 News Detroit reporter Darren Cunningham talked to Paul Billiter in Clinton Township, who says he was doing yard work when he saw the teen walk by and then heard screams after a car sped up near her.
I ran out there and I grabbed a hold of the guy, and he told me, he said, "Oh, I'm her father." And the guy was in his 25 to 30, and it was impossible for her to be his father. So I yanked him out and I held him there.
Tonight, 7 News Detroit reporter Kimberly Craig is on the Sterling Heights case, talking to the hero who stepped in, family members of the young girl who was nearly taken, and police about what they are uncovering in their investigation.
It was every parent's worst nightmare unfolding in the middle of the day right here at the entrance of this park in Sterling Heights. And then along came a hero.
Once he got out of the car and turned and looked at me, I just knew. I just told her to run, 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 and I'm on blades, and I just started booking it towards the car.
Alicia Swikowski was at the Clinton River Park with her 8-year-old son and 7-year-old niece when a stranger pulled up in a car between her and the kids and got out.
He went out of his car, back around, grabbed her, and then tried to get into the passenger seat, and we just met right through the middle there.
The man was trying to drive off with her niece. Alicia was hanging out of the car's window, struggling with the man, getting punched and telling her niece to run and refusing to let him drive off with her.
Tell him to stop, and I'm telling her, go, go, open the door, get out, get out, get out, and it was just insanity.
Never experienced anything, I've been volunteering for 14 years and nothing like this.
Scott Van Leuven was just heading home from work when he saw Alicia struggling with the driver, and he saw the car run over her 8-year-old son, who was also trying to stop the man.
Yeah, I just got in front of him. I literally was not even thinking about him hitting my vehicle. That was the last thing from my mind because I seen him run over the little kid.
What Alicia and the kids did not know is that Scott is a longtime volunteer with the city's Citizen Patrol.
I saw his lights that were in there, and I thought he was a cop at first, so I was just very grateful for everything that God worked wonders throughout all of this.
And then I literally pulled him out of the car and just held him against his car until police got here.
Every cop that works in this building knew if that guy got away, it was going to be horrific and terrible what happened. And thank God it stopped right there in that park.
Sterling Heights police arrived quickly to arrest the 23-year-old Shelby Township man who is expected to face charges tomorrow. And it turns out Alicia's niece was not the man's first target Tuesday.
Just 4 or 5 miles down the road, tried to abduct a 15-year-old girl in Clinton Township.
Corinne Shoulders is the mom of the young girl the man tried to kidnap.
I'm so thankful for my sister-in-law and for Scott being there. If she wasn't there, I don't think my baby would be today.
And they're just so thankful Scott was in the right place at the right time.
It's like literally an angel.
I know everybody talks about hero and stuff like that, and I don't see it that way. It's just something I'm used to doing, helping people.
In Sterling Heights, Kimberly Craig, 7 News, Detroit.
And absolutely.
Thank you so much, Kim.
Wow, awesome. If I could have Scott, Alicia, Dominic, and Olivia come on up here. Very good. Okay, the police department came up with something. We have our Citizen Award and life-saving plaques for Scott and Alicia. And the kids, we have special custom-made, thanks to Birmingham Jewelry, police medals that we had made up for them. So we're so honored to do this. So Scott, with that, we want to award you with your plaque here and say thank you so much to the police department, your heroic efforts on August 13th. Thank you.
We need more Kleenex.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say. I'm just glad I was there at the right time. Glad everybody's okay. I just thank everybody for supporting this volunteer unit that we're a part of, and hope it keeps going on. And I'll keep doing what I'm doing.
All right, Alicia, come on up here. And again, when I heard this story, Alicia, you probably don't know this, was on rollerblades, correct? She's on rollerblades, she's running at the car, and then jumps through the window, and then beats this guy to a pulp, and screaming for Olivia to run out of the car. So, it's awesome. Alicia, do you want to say a few words?
Wow, had I known I had a second, I probably would have came a little more prepared. Thank you, Scott, and thank you, Sterling Heights, for praying before your meetings. That's, wow, just thank you, you know. Ever since then, unfortunately, I used to be like one of those kids. Dodge Park was my stomping grounds when I was a kid. We loved going there. Unfortunately, we don't have that same thing now. I think this shows a lot of what our city has going on, really. And I'm just truly grateful that we have the Citizens on Patrol. And I think this is just stepping stones on how we can do better for our community here. Thank you.
Okay, Dominic, we got your medal. You ready? You can pick one out. There you go. They're both the same. So we're going to get this on Dominic. Why don't you turn to face the crowd so they can all see this tournament? Dominic, show them that medal. There you go. All right, Olivia, grab your medal here.
Put it on.
Awesome. I would also like, with this being said, this is a big night for our volunteer groups. We have so many of them in the audience that you can see in their brand new shirts that council's bought for us. Thank you so much. Our CERT members, our Citizens on Patrol, they're here in force tonight. Lieutenant Allen has a couple slides about the work they do for the city, the volunteer hours they put in to keep us all safe. With that, Lieutenant Allen.
Thank you, Chief. Council, Mr. Vanderpool, thank you very much for the opportunity to give you a little bit of information, and for those in the audience that aren't familiar with these volunteer groups that we have in place, we'll give you a little bit of an explanation of what they do and why they are so important if you haven't already figured it out from the awards that we've given tonight. So we have two groups that we work with in the city, and that is our CERT team, the Community Emergency Response Team. You'll see many of them over here in green shirts. And then we have Citizens on Patrol, which are the orange shirts that we have here behind us. The Community Emergency Response Team, they're responsible for what you see here is they're trained in, or they're expected to, go through an extensive amount of training prior to being certified. I've had the privilege and honor of being part of that training certification and working with the groups over the years. I would be remiss if I didn't point out that we have one of our council members in this photo that's participated. But during that extensive training, you can see these are some of the things that they are exposed to and can assist with in different events, and that's CPR, an AED certified, stop the bleed, down wires in traffic. I can't tell you how invaluable they've been at times when we've had inclement weather. And then cribbing and disaster response, search and rescue efforts. They conduct monthly training sessions to stay abreast on the current issues and the training at hand. And then we are currently working right now with Lakeside Mall because that's an opportunity for us to train and maybe making that a tri-county, if not tri-state level session, practice session. So if you want to go to the next slide. And then volunteers that have worked along the side of SHP at city events as well as emergency call-ins. I can't tell you how useful they were when I had the privilege of working with them during the floods. They were out in forces. When they had their homes that were in jeopardy also being flooded, they came out and volunteered their own time and stood out there for endless amounts of hours with me and helped coordinate and utilize resources that we didn't have at our disposal. The Sterling Heights CERT has served many hours and saved tens of thousands of dollars for the city. There's a number that's out there, and it was done by an independent study that equates to $31.08 an hour for a volunteer to come out that's saved. So that equates to these numbers that you'll see here, and in 2023, they had 626 service hours for a total of $19,906.80, and then in 2024, 435 service hours that were documented for $13,833 saved, which total for those 2 years is a significant amount of $33,000 and some change. So it's very, very beneficial to our city to have these people in place, and it's very imperative that we focus on the fact that this is their time that they're volunteering, and that's more valuable than even a dollar amount. So, Citizens on Patrol, again, the ones in the orange here, and that Scott's a member of, was established in 2011. We have 14 current members. You'll see them often, just as you'll see the CERT teams at public events for us, at Sterling Fest, Memorial Day parades, National Night Out, Touch a Truck, Music in the Park, core events that we have. They're basically our eyes and ears for the entire city of Sterling Heights, our neighborhood watch for the entire city. And in 2022, you can see the numbers that they produce with service hours are extraordinary also. 1,142 service hours, 35,000 saved there, 1,874 service hours, 58,000, and in 2024, another 816 and still counting, 25,361 and 28 saved, for a total of almost $120,000, or just over $119,000. Again, that's based on that 3108, and we're still not done with this year. They have been huge. If you were to add up the two, just over the last 2 to 3 years, we're at $152,000 in savings and time. But again, that goes beyond a dollar amount, because they are stepping away from their families to be here and help build this community. There's one last slide that's not going to be there, and that slide would say support. And what we're getting at with that is this goes from the bottom all the way up to the top. These programs would not be in place if we did not have city council, city manager that have supported these programs from the start and participated in these programs. They've helped fund them with these projects that we've had, with the CERT trailer when we put that together, with the new uniforms that are present right now that they're wearing tonight. And then going on down, we've got Chief Wojciechowski. He's been huge for the support of these programs. Captain Lucas. Beyond myself, we have Sergeant Zwoyski and Officer Reynolds and Officer Coates that help coordinate the program. And then the civilians that are involved in the group should be acknowledged too, because the time that's here doesn't account for the leadership roles that some of them have in these places. That's additional time. And that would be Jeff Garapi with CERT. He's been a leader of that group since I can remember. And then we have Dino and Scott with Citizens on Patrol. So I think they should be recognized. It's a great opportunity for us to help build the community, and they've done nothing but that for us since the inception. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant Allen. I couldn't agree more. If we could have all of our cops and CERT members stand up, a large round of applause for all of our volunteers. You guys deserve it. And that concludes my presentation, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, Chief. I am going to then open it up to my colleagues on the city council. Is there anyone who would like to make any comments tonight?
Sure, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Yanis.
I normally don't kick these things off, but, boy, I got a lot to say. This is an outstanding evening. First of all, Mom, so happy your babies are with you, for sure. Let me just say that. You know, Scott, you said in that video about being called a hero, you say you don't see it that way. You know, Scott, that's what a hero says. You don't see it that way. The people that are our heroes are just everyday people doing the right thing. And that's you, sir. That's all your colleagues out here. Olivia, I'm so glad you're with us. I'm so glad you could be here tonight. I bet it was scary, but I'm glad you're here. Yeah, you can stand up, honey. Hey, Mom?
She doesn't want
Hey, Mom? Why don't you guys come on out and stand right here for just a second? Because I bet a lot of people want to talk to you specifically. The kid, you, Mom, the kids, aunt, auntie, aunt.
Listen, I'm going to tell you, you can't tell a 6, 7, 8-year-old what to do.
I
just can't.
I'm a grandpa. I have a little responsibility. Olivia, was it scary? Yeah, I bet it was, huh? You glad your aunt was there? Well, I'm glad you're here with us tonight, honey. Dominic, I heard you got run over, dude. Did it hurt?
Yeah.
Yeah, were you? Where did the car run over you?
On my right leg,
Your right leg? Is it okay?
right next to my knee.
Right next to your knee? Is your leg okay?
Yeah.
Can I make a joke?
What?
You know, the Detroit Tigers got these new uniforms with card treads going up the shirt. Can I get you one of those?
Sure.
All right.
He's gonna hold you to that.
Oh, yeah. Let me know what size it is. I'm gonna get him one. Wow.
It's medium.
Really going on.
I'm dead serious about that. Alicia, so I gotta ask you, I mean, did you know that you had this in you? When you had rollerblades on?
I'm not a good rollerblader at all.
You're not a good rollerblader?
I just ran into a fence a week before.
But seeing what was happening and jumping into that car, I mean, did you know you had that in you? No, I mean, but you knew, you instinctively knew exactly what you had to do.
I had God on my side.
Yeah, well, that's fantastic, and I thank you for being there and taking care of your family. I mean, that's all I have to say for you guys. The mom, you got anything you want to say, Mom?
Just very thankful, grateful for all of them.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you, thank you. You're probably going to want to stay there, because I bet somebody else is going to want to talk to you. But I do want to say, again, thank you so much to both our CERT team and our COPS team. I started my firefighting career out in the city of Troy as a volunteer. I didn't do it to be a hero. I did it to serve my community, and I ended up having a great career here in Sterling Heights. I know what it takes to be a volunteer, the time it takes away from your family, and I cannot thank you enough. I thought it was interesting. I was thinking about this as you were talking about the new shirts. I remember my first term in 2019, and I was at an event talking with Jeff Garapi, and he was talking about how they needed new uniforms. And I was all supportive, you know, we got to get them new uniforms, and we got them uniforms in that budget. But I'm looking at this money saved, a total of, over the last 2 years, maybe a third year for CERT, $152,838.36. Guys, I think we can buy you a new shirt, new pair of pants every year, if that's okay with you. So without anything else, Scott, again, awesome dude. Family, I'm so happy you're here to be here with us tonight, and COPS and CERT volunteers, thank you so much. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Mrs. Sarowski.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. And you know what? I know it hasn't been so recently, but I've had little kids. Why don't you go ahead and sit down?
Sit down.
We can talk to you from where you sit.
I must be the mean grandparent.
You are.
You are. You're a guy.
Yeah, it's a man.
It's a man thing. Just kidding, Henry. You're not.
Kinda
I know
true.
your grandkids love you. They play with you like the teddy bear you are. So, to Corinne, Livia, Dominic, Alicia, I'm so glad you guys are here. This is, you know, it's really, the story touched everybody. It touched everybody in the nation, obviously, and it touched everybody here in Sterling Heights tremendously. And to have you here as part of our community, and we want to just wrap our arms around you and just let you know that it's an amazing story. Of course, Scotty, we'll talk to you in a minute. But to have you guys here, just, we're so happy it turned out the way it did, and we're so proud of you all for everything, and, you know, Ben for stopping the car with your bike, and, but everybody, just, it's, Dominic, I'm sorry, I don't know why I called you Ben, but you look like a Ben. No, you just, Dominic. And Dominic is one of my favorite names. I wanted to name one of my kids Dominic, but that didn't happen. I know. I'll get a grandson named Dominic, I swear. But just thrilled that you're here. Just thrilled, and just so happy that everything turned out so well. And Scotty, you know, when I first saw you right after it happened, it was like, of course it was Scotty. It's Scotty. And when you say, when Henry said that heroes don't ever say that they were like that, they never thought they were a hero, but that's how it should be, and that's just how things go. And I've got family members who have sacrificed and have been in the military, and as you've heard me talk before, but that's just how it is. You just do, that's what you do, and that's just part of your role. And you don't think about it just like Alicia. You didn't think about jumping into a car on rollerblades. You could probably never do it again if you tried. In a car that wasn't moving. So it's just, God puts you in the right place, you do what you have to do, and we're just so proud of you, Scott, as you know, we're very proud of you. And we're proud of all of our CERT members and COPS members. Just, thank you. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you.
Mrs. Schmidt.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. First of all, Alicia, Dominic, and Olivia, it's amazing to have you here tonight. One thing stuck with me, though, is that you don't feel you can go back to our parks. And I pray that one day you feel you can. Because we have a pretty awesome community, and a community that has embraced all of you, and we embrace each other. As you can tell tonight, it's important to us. So I pray that one day you feel the security to go back. Scott, Sterling Heights is a better place with you. You are everywhere. All of you are everywhere, and the CERT team as well. We could not be the community we are without all of you folks. And it does not go unnoticed. Not only with this council, I'm sure I can speak for my colleagues, but with the community as well. They know that if they see an orange shirt or they see a green shirt and their child is lost at Sterling Fest, that you guys are Johnny on the spot and we're gonna find that child. Or whatever the need is. I know the citizens on patrol are in our neighborhoods when we're all sleeping. They give up their time during the middle of the night to make sure that we are safe. And they communicate anything that they need to our police department. That's what makes our community the best community in the United States. And I am so proud to be part of this. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank all of you. We can't do it without you, and we're in this together. It takes a village, and this is it. So that's it, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Schmidt. Mr. Radke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's going to be a lot of repeating ourselves up here, but I know that I'm proud to live in Sterling Heights. I'm proud to work with every single person who belongs to COPS and CERT because they are volunteering. They care about the community. We talk about creating a city of neighborhoods. There's nothing more neighborly than what Scott did that day because it shows you that through hundreds of hours, all the volunteers in here are giving back. They're giving back to their neighborhoods, they're giving back to their community, and we really appreciate that. You know, Alicia, Dominic, Olivia, I can see you over there, kind of over there. I'm so happy you're here today, and I'm happy that the worst thing didn't occur. And that's because we have people who are willing to spend hours of their lives learning about how to direct traffic, how to protect against wires, how to stop things like this from happening. And it's because they donate their time. Because no one's asked them to do this. They do this because they want to, because they care. And that's what makes Sterling Heights a great city. I echo my colleagues here. I think that we have one of the safest cities in the state, in the country, but that doesn't mean that we're crime-free. It doesn't mean that it can't happen here. And we're just so lucky it was prevented. But I hope that you can come back to the parks. I hope everyone feels safe and secure in our parks. I know we patrol them severely. I'm just so happy that everyone made out okay. And thank you so much. And thank you, Scott, for all the work that you do. And thank you to all of our volunteers. We have a dinner every year, but we don't say it enough. Thank you for your hard work and dedication to this city. You are the backbone that makes it stronger. So thank you so much. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Radke. Mrs. Koski.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Scott, we are so very, very proud of you. Thank you for everything that you did for Alicia, Dominic, and Olivia. You certainly are our hero. And I'm so pleased that you are part of the COPS program. As you probably guessed, I'm that council person in that picture back in 2005. And I know how important it was to make that CERT program work. And we had a few rough edges there trying to put it all together, but we had some residents that really worked hard and believed in it too. So I'm proud of not only the CERT team, but the COPS program. And I kind of am partial to the COPS program too, because one of my sons was part of the COPS program in another city, and he would come home and say, Mom, I did this and I did that. And I said, oh, hey, that's really great. So I'm glad that we have enhanced that group, because you are very brave. You are very dedicated to want to serve your community like that. And to you, thank you very, very much. Very, very pleased. And of course, Scott, you're leading the group there. So once again, thank you. You are my hero and our hero. You always will be. Thanks again.
And Mrs. Zarko?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. First of all, I thought Mayor Taylor said it all when he started out, and needless to say, as the evening's going on, we can see that there's more to say. You know, we all sit here, and one of our priorities is always public safety, and that doesn't mean that we just hire police and fire. It also means that we educate our residents to help each other. And certainly that we've done that with Citizens on Patrol and with our CERT program. And I still have my CERT backpack. I know exactly where it's at. I think the snacks in it are stale right now, but I know where the backpack's at. But here's the thing. Scott, Corinne, Olivia, Alicia, Dominic, you're heroes to all of us. But you're a great example on how people help one another. And I think that's what this says also. We try to prepare ourselves for any opportunity that comes up, whether it's good or whether it's bad, but you never know when that's going to happen. You know, and in this case, I have to tell you, when I was listening to all of the newscasts on this, whether it be local or national, the one thing that I didn't hear was excessive force. Because people were trained to do it the right way. And there wasn't that undercurrent of what had happened. So to me, that was a benefit, that was a plus. The other thing that keeps coming up is we talk about eyes and ears, and so many of you are faith-filled. And as Scott said, God put him there for a reason. He put him there at that time for a reason. And when you believe that, it certainly is the reason that they volunteer, all of you volunteer, is you know that you are there for a reason. And it might not be tonight and it might not be tomorrow, but there's going to come a day that you're going to know that you're in the right place at the right time, and you'll be able to react just the way that Scott did that day. The other thing is, I always say that don't mess with a mom and her kid. And in this case, it was don't mess with an aunt and her niece. Because, you know, you just don't mess, because they're defending their youngsters. So, and you know, Alicia, that's amazing. I mean, that you had that adrenaline to be able to do what you had to do at the time. And as Mrs. Schmidt said, it's unfortunate that you don't feel safe right now, but if there's anything that we can do, even if it means an escort into the park, that we can go with you, just so that you can go back, and we want you to feel safe again. But like I says, we prepare all the time for this, but in the world that we live in, we just can't have a police officer following every one of our residents. I mean, you know, but we try, but we have volunteers that are willing to, you know, come out and do that. I hope that anybody that's watching this might be influenced enough that say, you know, I have the time to do this too. Train me so I can help my neighbors and my friends that live in Sterling Heights. So I hope that's another good thing that comes from all of this. The other thing is, Scott, you probably could have asked for a couple of extra cars. And I think you probably would have got the extra cars for patrol. You know, I really think that could happen. You shouldn't have stopped at the shirts. And because we have you in safety orange, I think we either have to get CERT in safety green or yellow, because, you know, we want to make sure that people see you as well. But it's just an example of ordinary people doing extraordinary things. And I want to thank all of you because this city couldn't be what it is without all of you. So thank you very much.
All right, well, thank you all for being here tonight. I've said before, I feel incredibly blessed to be in the seat that I'm in, and oftentimes I can't believe that I happen to find myself the mayor of a city with the fine police department and fire department and fine library and parks and all the directors we have, all the employees that we have, my colleagues here on the city council, the leadership from the top to the bottom, the type of residents that we have here, the volunteerism that we have here. I pinch myself and think, how did I get this lucky to be a part of this team? It's really, to me, an incredible thing just to be a very small part of this with people like you, Scott. I want to thank my colleagues on council for their comments tonight. I want to thank all of you for showing up and being here for Scott and being here for this family. I want to thank the media for being here and covering this and amplifying this story and telling this story. I think this is one of the more inspirational things that's happened in my 15-year tenure on city council. And it's worth highlighting and it's worth showing. And I think one of the lasting legacies from this, Scott, is that every one of these people in the orange and the green here today are going to wake up thinking, I could have a Scott Van Leuven moment today. Whether they're on shift or not, you know, whether they're just driving to Dairy Queen to get an ice cream, whatever they're doing, they're going to be thinking, am I ready to step up and do what Scott did? When I have to make a quick decision, when I see something that doesn't look right, and what you did will inspire these folks. And maybe even more importantly, people who aren't wearing an orange shirt today or aren't wearing a green shirt today will be tomorrow or the next day, We've had that legacy here in Sterling Heights. It's like we've had a great police department for a long time. And the police department today doesn't look very much like it did when I got here. And certainly it doesn't look very much like when you got here, right, Mrs. Koski? But we had a great police department then. We had a great fire department then. We had a great life, on and on. And so it's just a tradition of excellence that each new person wants to continue. And so you've raised the bar, and we appreciate what you've done for our community. Thank you, Scott, and thank you to the rest of the people here. It was like, I know when Mr. Yanez was talking about, did you think you had it in you to do that? And maybe you're being modest, but you're a mom. You're a mom. I mean, I've watched what my wife does, and if you're a mom, you can do pretty much anything. So I think that you stepped up just like Scott did. You protected your cubs, and I'm glad Scott was there. I mean, you don't wish this to happen anywhere to anyone ever. I've thought about this a lot. Is it just a coincidence that Scott was there? Is it divine intervention that Scott was there? Is it that we've got dedicated volunteers, and if it wasn't Scott there, it would have been somebody else? I tend to think it's the latter, that we just have good people in this community that look out for each other. And it's not necessarily unique. It happened in Clinton Township too, and there are good neighbors there that looked out for that kid. No matter where you are, look out for each other. I mean, we're in really polarizing, difficult times, and things like this sort of remind me that there's not one person, everybody in here might vote for somebody different in November. Everybody in here might have a million different ideas about the way the world should be. But this sort of thing, we 100% all agree on. So let's focus on that sort of stuff. Scott, tonight's your night. Congratulations. Thank you for what you've done. Thank you to all of you coming out here and showing Scott support. It's the least we can do. So I don't think we have any resolution tonight to pass. I don't think we have any more to say. It's all been said. But Scott, enjoy this moment. because you deserved it. And I saw you choke up a little bit. All right. Let's take about a 5-minute recess, and then we do have another presentation tonight. So if you want to stick around, stick around. If you want to go outside and take some pictures with Scott, and maybe buy him a beer, somebody in here, okay? There we go. Maybe never let him buy another beer. All right, we're gonna go to recess for about 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you, everyone, for your patience as we transition to the next item on our agenda, which is another presentation, another great presentation tonight. And this is a resolution of the Sterling Heights City Council recognizing and congratulating Stellantis on the occasion of the 40th anniversary of the Sterling Heights Assembly Plant, also known as SHAP. We do have a presentation from our city manager, Mark Vanderpool, the manager of the state and local government public affairs for Stellantis, Valerie Knoll, Miles Strong, as well, master plan manager for Stellantis. But tonight, to kick it off, will be our city manager, Mark Vanderpool. Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'm really honored to make some introductory comments about this momentous occasion for SHAP, the Sterling Heights Assembly Plant, which many of you know has been the cornerstone in the city of Sterling Heights Industrial Corridor since its opening in 1953 as a jet engine plant operated by the U.S. Army. Many don't know that factoid, but it's an important part of our city's history. After being acquired by Chrysler, now Stellantis, in 1984, SHAP evolved and expanded, becoming a major hub for automotive manufacturing, not only in Michigan, but in the entire United States. SHAP has produced millions of motor vehicles that included 11 different models supporting 5 brands. It has undergone several transformations, with the most recent one occurring in 2016, resulting in a $1.5 billion investment in the facility to produce the world-class Ram 1500 pickup truck. And by the way, I wanted to point out, with the previous presentation, Scott, he was driving a Ram pickup truck produced right here in Sterling Heights at SHAP. Isn't that awesome?
Yes, it is.
Just this month, Stellantis announced an additional investment of over $235 million to prepare for the production of the first ever electric Ram pickup, and we're going to hear more about that shortly. These investments not only solidify SHAP's importance to Stellantis North American operations, but also reaffirm its commitment to the Sterling Heights community. SHAP's economic impact extends way beyond the production of the world-class Ram pickup truck. SHAP and its very large workforce, thousands of employees, support small businesses all along the Van Dyke corridor. SHAP has drawn multiple Tier 1 suppliers, and you know what used to be the old golf course just north of SHAP, Sunnybrook, that is filled with Stellantis suppliers now, again, employing hundreds of people, making that industrial corridor even more robust, resulting in millions more in economic activity. Stellantis has been an excellent corporate citizen through its financial support of city events, not the least of which includes Sterling Fest, and creating an excellent quality of life for residents in Sterling Heights. We're really proud to recognize Stellantis and the legacy at SHAP in the automotive industry. The fact that SHAP at one point seemed destined for permanent closure in 2010, only to be transformed as one of the most state-of-the-art automotive facilities in the world, is pretty impressive and makes this 40th anniversary all the more incredible. SHAP's history of success, resiliency, and community engagement is really a testament to the hard work and dedication of all of its employees and its leadership. So, Mayor, as you mentioned, there's a number of representatives representing Stellantis this evening. We've had the great privilege of working with Valerie Knoll for many years now. She not only serves in the capacity, in a leadership capacity with Stellantis, but she also serves on our community foundation board of directors. And I might also mention that she serves on the Farmington Hills City Council. So she lives and breathes what all of you deal with at your council meetings and all the good work you do on behalf of our communities. So with that, I would like to introduce Mrs. Knoll, who's going to continue on with the presentation.
Well, thank you very much, Mayor Taylor and the council members and City Manager Vanderpool. It's truly an honor to be here tonight. It's a special honor because we were able to hear the presentation for Scott just prior to this. So that is making this just a fantastic night. So thank you very much. You know, as you know, the Sterling Heights Assembly Plant has a long, storied history in this city. Much of what was just mentioned here by the city manager. It's interesting when I'm out and about in the community. I can't tell you how many people that I meet that have some sort of connection with SHAP. Either, you know, they worked there, or you always hear, oh, my uncle worked there, my dad worked there, one of my grandparents worked there, I've got friends that work there. Everyone has some sort of connection there. It's been in this community for so many years, and I know many of you have a connection with it as well, through family. Also, I think almost all of you have been in SHAP. You've either been on a tour of it or been there for some event. So over the years, you've been able to see the transformation of the plant. But tonight, we also want to talk about the future, not just the past. And so with that, I'd actually like to introduce and turn it over to my colleague, Miles Strong, who is a master plan manager actually at SHAP. So he has been there for many years, and he is going to talk a little bit about the future of SHAP in your community.
Thank you, Valerie. Mr. Taylor, our Mayor Taylor, Mr. Vanderpool, City Manager, City Council, and all the residents of Sterling Heights, I'd like to say thank you for your partnership with the plant. First of all, I was unaware that we were going to do a representation for Scott today. That was wonderful to see. Scott actually works at the plant with me. We did a similar congratulations from a couple days ago, but to see the city and all its residents come out to support him, that is very wonderful. So I'd just like to say thank you again. And that is the type of worker that SHAP tries to produce, and also the type of resident Sterling Heights represents. So just want to say thank you again for that. I will absolutely take that back to his team and let him know that he was presented an award that they would love to see when he gets back to the plant. On to the moment at hand, again, I'd like to say thank you. We recently announced a $235 million investment into the plant. That brings the total over the past 15 years up to close to $2.5 billion. I've had the privilege to be at the plant almost that entire time. So I came in right after it was set for closure, so I appreciate the opportunity given, and I stayed there because I think there's a future in this plant. I think the company sees that as well with the recent investment made. So we are celebrating 40 years. Mr. Vanderpool talked about the history of the plant, and I do not want to see that change. So I'd like to see another 40 years at this plant in this community, building the next generation Ram, REV, and Ram Charger. So we'll have the opportunity to build the first fully electric vehicle that Stellantis produces in the U.S. at SHAP. We'll look to keep that there for the foreseeable future, drive home the production that drives the city and drives the corridor that you mentioned. And I will take the resolution I got here today and the message to Scott back to the plant on behalf of all the SHAP employees and the wonderful workers that support all the employees that work at SHAP in the city. Thank you again for being our partners. Thank you to the city, and we will look to continue this wonderful partnership for the next 40 years. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, sir. So what I think I'd like to do at this point is we do have a resolution. So would somebody like to make that?
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Zarko.
Resolved to adopt the resolution recognizing and congratulating Stellantis on the occasion of the 40th anniversary of the Sterling Heights Assembly Plant.
Support. It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? Mrs. Zarko.
As Mrs. Knowles said, we all have a connection somehow to, well, I call it Chrysler still because my husband put 35 years in there. So keep the checks coming, so I don't care what you call yourself.
Conflict of interest here on this vote.
But you know what we forget to say is Chrysler actually donated the land that Fire Station 1 sits on today. And we forget that we've had this partnership for so many years. And it's been a good. And when I stop and think of what could have happened in 2010 with the closing, and I tell this story often that I was at a family reunion in Ohio, and Mr. Vanderpool was calling, and well, he was giving us all a voicemail as to SHAP being saved. And I was watching a newscast where the employees of the Twinsburg plant, Chrysler plant in Twinsburg, Ohio, were walking out with their personal belongings on their shoulders, in boxes on their shoulders. And I often think it could have been us. So I'm grateful that we were able to keep SHAP where it's at. I certainly, too, look forward to the next 40 years. I won't be here, but I hope the plant's around. And I like the idea, and I appreciate the idea that we're moving forward. So the best to all of you, and hopefully you'll come back with some more good news. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Zarko. Council, anyone else? Mr. Radke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to also echo my colleague, Ms. Zarko. 40 years for SHAP is amazing. My grandfather was a Chrysler employee. He joined the UAW in 1950. So he was very proud of that, and he was proud to live in a city like Sterling Heights that produces things that the rest of the country and the world uses. And I think that we're all proud of that, and we understand how important that facility is, both for our tax rates and for our community. The idea in 2010 of the plant closing, I think it shook this city to its core, because we understood just what that meant, how many people would lose their jobs, how it would affect the community. So to see it not only thriving, but getting a further investment, I know it inspires all of us, and hopefully we continue the great relationship we have with Stellantis. They've done a lot of amazing things. They added sidewalk this recently. Hopefully we'll get a little bit more of that. I'll put my plug in. But we really do appreciate you, and that's all we have to say here. So I appreciate it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Radke. Mr. Schmidt.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I can say that I think Mrs. Yarko and I were standing out on Van Dyke trying to save SHAP with all of you on the front lawn, and very proud to be there. It was very important not only to you folks, but to our community as well. And look where we've come. So many great things have happened over there, and now you're telling us that there's so many more great things to come. So I wish you well. I thank you for being a great partner in our community. That's it.
Thank you, Mrs. Schmidt. Council, anyone else? Mrs. Koski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to echo what my fellow councilmen have said. Stellantis and Chrysler, we've had a great partnership over the years. 2010 was really frightening. There's no other word to describe it other than we were afraid of disaster. But we all came together, we worked very, very hard, and it just goes to show that when you have a strong partnership like that, there's nothing that you can't do. So I'm looking forward to another 40 years. Like Barb said, I probably won't be here. But I'm sure that the generations to come will enjoy it very much. So thank you for your partnership. Thank you for choosing Sterling Heights to operate, and look forward to the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Koski. Mr. Yanez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too want to say congratulations after 40 years. Unfortunately, I'm one of the handful of people up here who do remember the missile plant. That was a long time ago. But certainly glad to have first Chrysler and then Stellantis here in the city. You know, it's the economic impact is almost immeasurable. And I agree with Mrs. Yarko. I remember seeing a number of automobile plants closing in sort of company towns, and that was the end of the town. And I can only imagine what the impact would be if we had lost Stellantis. So, you know, one, hats off to everybody who worked to save Stellantis, or Chrysler at the time. But I also want to thank Stellantis for their forward thinking and moving forward in the future, and knowing that that plant's going to be around for a long time, because the company is forward thinking in regards to what an automobile or a truck would be, 10, 15, 20 years from now. But most importantly, I want to say thank you to the men and women that work inside Stellantis and make the company what it is. You know, it's the fact that people show up every single day, build a super high quality product. They have a high level of production. They make the company profitable, and that makes the company successful, and that success trickles down not only through Sterling Heights, but throughout the country. And it's the men, like I said, it's the men and women who show up every day that make this country strong and great. And I hope you take that message back, that we appreciate every single one of those people that walks through the gate on every single shift. So having said that, congratulations on 40 years. And congratulations on surviving every single meeting in Farmington Hills, by the way. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Yanez. Mrs. Sarewski.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Just very briefly, I just want to say thank you for being a good partner with Sterling Heights. We do always appreciate our partners, and especially one of the magnitude that Stellantis and Chrysler had been before, but Stellantis now is and will continue to be. It is very important to our city. It's very important to our residents, and we do very much appreciate that. And so we look forward to the new products, the new innovation that you're going to bring to the city, and look forward to the continued 40 years. And that's all I have, Mayor Taylor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Sarowski. And I want to thank you both for being here tonight. Appreciate your presentation, Miles. The connection you made between Scott and the plant and this presentation was really meaningful. And I think it's a great thing to know that that's the type of person that Stellantis and SHAP in particular is trying to cultivate for its workforce. And Scott's just a great example for everybody to follow. So earlier during Scott's presentation, I said this is one of the more memorable presentations that I can remember in my 15 years on the city council. I'm going to take you back to probably the single most memorable moment of my 15 years serving on the city council, and it was sitting inside SHAP plant, and it was with Mayor Noddy up on the stage. And just to set the stage, I mean, you had Mayor Noddy, and they had him seated, and so I believe Governor Granholm was in the building.
Yeah, Sergio Marchioni.
Well, I think this was before Sergio's time.
Nope, he was there.
He was there.
Yep. There were at
He
least
was
two
there.
meetings. There were at least two of these events.
He was
So
there.
I know Sergio was there one time, but was he there back then? I can't remember, but I'll take
I
your word
remember
for
the
it.
look on his face, Mr. Mayor.
And you had, but who I remember was you had Mayor Noddy seated directly next to General Hollyfield, and
Oh,
the
yes.
two people, if you know anything about either of them, they couldn't be more different. And they're sitting on bar chairs, and size-wise, and they're sitting on bar chairs, and General Holyfield's got his feet down on the floor, and he's just kind of, and Mayor Noddy looked quite small compared to him. And Mayor Noddy stole that show, and I'm not going to repeat what he said, but he had a very quotable quote that was certainly picked up by a lot of people. And say what you will about what he said. I mean, the crowd there loved it. And the reason I think it's so memorable to me is that that was a big deal. It was a really big deal. And that was sort of what Mayor Noddy was conveying in his statements. This is a big deal for this community. This is a big deal for Metro Detroit in general. And the SHAP plant has played a crucial and vitally important role in the development of the city of Sterling Heights and in the future of the city of Sterling Heights. So we thank you for everything that you guys do to support SHAP. And we hope that we have a long partnership ahead of us, because I certainly, and I drive a Ram truck myself, assembled in the city of Sterling Heights. And that's something that I take a lot of pride in, even though I don't have anything to do with, obviously, the assembly there. But when I know several people that work at SHAP, and, when they talk, here's how I'll finish. When somebody tells me they work at SHAP and I tell them I drive a Ram 1500 truck, they ask me about it. Is it reliable? Is it good? Is it safe? Do you like the truck? Did we do a good job? They take pride in what they do, and they want to hear if there's anything wrong, they want to know it so they can improve and get better. So to me, that's exactly what we want out of a corporate citizen in the city of Sterling Heights. And so congratulations on 40 years. And again, we hope to have you for 40 years and much more than that. So council, let's vote on this, and then join me down there for a picture. So council, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Join me down there for another picture.
And now everyone's Googling Mayor Noddy at Sterling.
Good for them.
We'll learn something about the man. Mayor's going to stay after and repeat the speech.
Looking for on YouTube.
Never forget it.
Well, and you're right, it was 2 meetings because he was saying there's more to come.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
There were definitely two. I think there was one when Chapter State, and then there was another one, I think, when they announced the price was
Where do you want us to stand?
So, yeah, probably you guys can, why don't you go
There, okay? And then.
Duck down, Mark.
Everyone look at me. I'm gonna take one with this phone. We're gonna take out. Mark, stay right there.
The other shot.
I'll just go on my phone.
Farmington and not Farmington.
We get along.
I saw her recently at something.
I was going to say it's the most memorable political
Oh,
speech.
my gosh, that one was a classic.
It was a okay. That was a Dick Nance special.
That was him.
All right. Thank you again to Stellantis employees for being here, and congratulations again. And so we'll move on to the next item on our agenda tonight, which is to consider introduction of an ordinance amending Articles 14A and 25 of zoning ordinance number 278 to address permissible special approval land and non-conforming uses within the Van Dyke mixed-use district. We have a presentation from our planning department and from our assistant city attorney. We'll start with our city planner, Dr. Jake Parcell. Dr. Parcell.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor, members of council, Mr. Vanderpool, and Mr. Kashubski. Definitely not difficult to follow those presentations for the past hour and a half at all, but I will give it a go. So we brought back this evening for introduction, revised amendment to the Van Dyke Mixed Use District. I will go over some brief history and coverage of the ordinance before passing to Mr. Petruzak to discuss how it's changed since the last time it was here. So in 2019, the first Van Dyke Mixed Use District overlay was adopted by City Council. What you have seen before you this evening is following the council-placed moratorium on auto-centric uses and overlays in the city, which started in June of 2023 and is extended currently until the end of the year. The draft ordinance before you this evening reflects the intent of the existing master plan and the discussions we've been having thus far, including the intent to amend the article to reflect the site standards that will help us achieve the vision as outlined within our corridors through our planning process. The goal of this ordinance is to create an incredibly vibrant commercial corridor along the city of Sterling Heights with diverse land uses and new land uses that have not yet been codified into ordinance. So for reference, here is our existing future land use map. What is anticipated to not really change in the update of this master land use plan is the green you see here in the center of the screen and this purple box here, which is the Van Dyke mixed-use commercial corridor. This was originally used as a tool to help encourage revitalization along the Van Dyke corridor. In the last 5 years since the last plan was adopted, through the pandemic and moving forward, we've seen significant attention paid to the corridor, and we're hoping to build on that success moving forward with our new master plan update. What I will note here in the corridor is that the green is the existing Van Dyke mixed-use district. This ordinance update will envelope the purple node that is located right here, which is currently classified as a traditional mixed-use node, but will put them into the same district to encourage uniformity along Van Dyke Avenue, rather than relying on two different overlay ordinances. So at our last meeting, our joint meeting that we had with Planning Commission, we discussed some of the options for development along these corridors and how we're starting to align the city with national trends to help encourage redevelopment of these difficult parcels, things that have developed in a way that no longer are conducive to today's market, and to help revitalize the corridor through an updated ordinance. Dealing with parcels that have large buildings that are increasingly set back is a challenge that we're seeing across the country. This type of redevelopment is something that is very difficult to do and takes time, certainly, but also needs enabling legislation through ordinances and the zoning ordinance to be able to facilitate that development. What we're hoping for and what we believe we can achieve in this district, although as we have mentioned, it is something that will not happen overnight, is using infill development to create an incredibly vibrant commercial corridor that helps support the industrial corridor that we just talked about on the west side of the road, bringing people to the area, bringing restaurants, new businesses, and residents to the Van Dyke corridor, and helping to support one of the most vibrant commercial corridors in the state of Michigan. As we discussed in the ordinance last time at the August 20th meeting, a few things that should be kept in mind for the benefits of this ordinance, in addition to kind of augmenting around the existing conditions, are that we are now using this ordinance to allow for parking through administrative reduction, as well as inherent reduction in multifamily parking to reduce the cost on developers who are burdened with adding additional paving to lots where it is not required. We also have new uses that reflect the modern commercial marketplace, enhancing the district in a tactical aspect. That includes food trucks and temporary activating uses, different type of uses that help facilitate residential development like self-service and packaged parcel uses, car shares, and microbreweries, distilleries, and micro wineries, to name a few. We have established size maximum for these different types of retail businesses. These are in place to help with the development of parcels that are not quite large enough to fit in some of the national brands by encouraging them to use their space in a more thoughtful way, going vertical to add in mezzanines and different retail amenities, rather than sprawling out into large boxes that, if they ever should go dark, are left to be vacant because they're difficult to fill with tenants. We also have reimagined the mixed-use development along this corridor. Something that has been well heard by council for projects since I've been here about 2 years ago is the need to incorporate green space within our mixed-use developments. We are now having a standard set to retain 10% of the parcel to be green space. That way we can encourage these facilities to be activated to benefit the residents that are moving into these future developments. And it no longer will be optional to include these recreational amenities for mixed-use developments or residential developments. And then also reducing certain numbers of special approval land uses on ones that are not directly abutting existing residential development along the corridor to help facilitate the process of redevelopment. And with that, for updates in the August meeting that is in the ordinance before you this evening, I'd like to introduce Mr. Nathan Petruzak.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. We're here tonight for the introduction of an ordinance amendment to the Van Dyke Mixed-Use Overlay District. At last month's meeting, we heard a number of concerns from City Council and residents regarding the proposed amendment, and there seemed to be a collective desire to have something a little different brought back for ordinance introduction. The amendment you have before you tonight addresses many of the concerns that were raised by making the following changes. 1. Banquet and event facilities are now an allowed use in the Van Dyke Mixed-Use District. Existing banquet facilities will be allowed to remain as they are in terms of size, building footprint, what have you, but new banquet facilities will be limited to 22,000 square feet on any one floor, which is intended to incentivize those businesses, as Dr. Parcell mentioned, to build upwards instead of outwards, to better utilize the space available in the Van Dyke Mixed-Use District. Number 2, auto supply, tobacco, and firearm shops are now allowed uses in the district as well. Number 3, new car showrooms are now an allowed use in the district, and that is in addition to classic, vintage, and antique automobile showrooms as well. Number 4, there is the limitation. You'll recall there was previously a limitation on 2 food trucks on any one site at any given time. That limitation has now been removed. So any number of food trucks will be able to locate on site, absent any sort of special fire concerns or things like that. But that numerical limitation has been removed. Number 5, the required food truck distance from single-family residential districts has been reduced. It was 300 feet, it has been reduced to 150 feet, which the Office of Planning believes is a more reasonable distance that will still help mitigate any nuisance-causing effects on those single-family districts. The requirement, you'll recall, that their food trucks be 100 feet from current brick-and-mortar restaurants has been retained. And that is, the retention of that requirement is to protect those brick-and-mortar businesses, and also because there's a provision in the draft amendment that would allow those brick-and-mortar businesses to agree with the food truck that they could be closer to that business if the restaurant wanted them to be closer. Number 6, bike racks have been added to the list of amenities that can be used to satisfy the district's open space requirement, which is 10% of the footprint of any building. Number 7, lawful non-conforming businesses will now be allowed to rebuild as they were if they are destroyed by an act of God. And then finally, number 8, there's an amendment that has been included to Article 25 of the zoning ordinance that would give City Council the approval authority over special land uses for residential units on the ground floor of multi-story buildings in the district. That is a quick summary of the changes that have been made to the draft amendment that is here before you tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about those changes, the proposed ordinance generally, or any other changes council would like considered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Petruzak, and thank you, Dr. Parcell. At this point, I'd like to go out to the audience and ask if there's anyone who'd like to comment on this agenda item. All right, seeing nobody, Mr. Radke, do you want the floor first?
Please.
Mr. Radke.
Pursuant to our packet, I'd like to withdraw my motion to approve the district.
Okay, it's been withdrawn. Mr. Kszczewski, you need anything else?
No.
Okay, that satisfies that. So now, council, we need a motion to consider.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Radke.
Resolved to introduce the ordinance amending Articles 14A and 25 of zoning ordinance number 278 to address permissible special approval land and non-conforming uses, there's a spelling error there, within the Van Dyke Mixed-Use District.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion, Mr. Radke?
Briefly, I was very happy to see many of the changes brought forward by the Office of Planning and the City Attorney's Office. I think that they have significantly addressed a lot of the issues that both I and my colleagues have had for this proposal. Just a few quick questions, and I guess I'll reserve for the end. I see that in this district, we are allowing for an administrative reduction of parking on commercial properties. I guess my question through the chair to Dr. Parcell, we are now setting a new standard for residential properties. Are we setting a new standard in the ordinance for commercial properties? The reason I ask this is often people become anchored to a certain idea. And if it's in our ordinance, I think it might mislead people. So I'm curious what our ordinance will say once this is approved.
Dr. Parcell.
Thank you. It is not addressing parking within the zoning ordinance's parking requirements overall for commercial uses. It is allowing for a reduction of residential parking uses with the intention that in a mixed-use district, you will need less. And then it has safeguards in place for the administrative reduction through a shared parking agreement recorded against the property, and for encouraging shared parking in the district to eliminate the large swaths of parking you see. More globally, the commercial zoning ordinance for parking or parking forever use will be updated at a later time. Following the parking study, we will be having occur later this year. But what this does is allows for flexibility with uses along the corridor.
And I appreciate that, Dr. Parcell. And to further that, if a business can come in and say comparable businesses in other communities have, I'm gonna make up a number here, 5 parking spaces for this use, your ordinance says 25. If they can show that other businesses function correctly this way, we would administratively reduce them to say 5 or 7 or whatever number that they came up with that we can see has worked elsewhere.
Yes, so the Office of Planning would most likely work with them to heavily rely on the ability to bank parking spaces first and foremost, allowing them the flexibility to open them up should they need them in the future. But through the drafting of a parking reduction agreement that is heavily reviewed based on comparable data, our attorney's office would be able to work with the attorney of the developer and then create the legal document allowing them to reduce the parking administratively.
I appreciate that. The one suggestion I'm going to continue to make is to rename the fast food restaurants in the ordinance to drive-through restaurants. It still can be unclear to an outside observer. No, we talked about this. Fast food specifically is a drive-through restaurant, but if we are going to go in a direction where we're going to limit drive-throughs, people refer to McDonald's as fast food, but if they don't have a drive-through, what are they? So I would change the nomenclature in our ordinance to better match how people regularly use this phrasing. I also appreciate that bicycle racks were added as an amenity. I think we need to be, I think it's probably an amenity that'll be adopted by everyone, I hope. But I hope we can really push this forward, because if we really want to get people outside of cars and walking and biking around with the infrastructure we're providing, we need to have places for them to put their bikes. Otherwise, they're going to be leaning against buildings. They're going to be not being used. I don't know. But we need to know that other cities that have ordinances like this require bike parking or even bike storage in their residential buildings. I don't think we're quite at that point yet, but it's something that we should continue to think about, in my opinion. The final point I would make is, this ordinance fits in with what our neighbors are doing. Centerline is doing a road diet. They've gotten preliminary approval for it for Van Dyke. They're going to remove a lane of traffic in each direction and add on-street parking and widen their sidewalks. Warren has put in the paper, I read all about it, a proposal to expand their sidewalks on Van Dyke Avenue, plant more street trees, and add bike lanes. So this proposal before us, I think, fits completely in with what our neighbors are doing. I know that in speaking with State Representative Donovan McKinney and various people from Detroit, one of the new streetscape improvements that the Detroit is thinking of doing is Van Dyke Avenue northward. So every city south of us has decided to invest in Van Dyke. We need to invest in Van Dyke too. That's why I think this ordinance is necessary and a perfect example of what we can achieve if given the chance to operate. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Radke. Mrs. Sarowski, do you want the floor now or later?
Later, please.
Council, anyone else?
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Zarko?
Through the chair to Mr. Petrusek, could you define act of God?
The act of God is not going to be definitionally defined in the zoning ordinance amendment, but generally speaking, act of God is sort of an accepted legal term that embraces things like fire, lightning strikes, tornadoes, earthquakes, things of that nature. And I should add that the provision regarding acts of God is not just limited to acts of God. It also does include things like explosions, fire more generally. And so it's a little bit more expansive than just acts of God that might destroy a building.
So in other words, a cook in the kitchen gets too close to, through the chair. You know, the oil gets too close to an open flame, and the next thing you know, there's a fire. It's really not an act of God because it was the employee that actually made a mistake and caused the fire. Would an establishment be able to rebuild?
Yes, under the ordinance as drafted, fire and act of God are stated separately. So you can have a fire that is an act of God, but you can have a fire that is also not an act of God. Both would be covered and would allow the business to rebuild as it was.
Okay. I mean, my definition of act of God is tornado, flood, hurricane, snowstorm, earthquake. Those are what I would think as an act of God. If something happens, whether it be concert tickets get, you know, canceled, or, you know, a concert gets canceled or whatever, that's what I think of as an act of God. Okay. In this ordinance, because we're trying to be progressive, we're trying to be forward-thinking, we want this area to be healthier, sustainable, walkable, social. Are we allowing gun shops and smoke shops in this area?
As based on the current revisions to the draft ordinance, tobacco shops would be an allowed use, as would firearm shops.
Okay, and it would be my preference that they weren't if we're forward-thinking of how we want our city to look. So I'd like my colleagues to consider what we might be able to do there. We certainly do have enough smoke shops in the city. I'm thinking about the schools that might be close by to a gun shop, and the first one I can think of is Willow Woods, but there's got to be a couple other ones in there as well off Van Dyke. But those are the only comments that I have. And if there's something that we can put in place as far as those, if we can't agree not to have them there, some kind of amount of footage that we have to have, you know, or how many we would allow in that district would be something that, you know, we could consider. But right now, I think it's Berkeley that's having a discussion about a gun shop near a high school. So those are things I want us to consider if we're trying to be progressive. And like I said, we're forward thinking. Let's think about not doing it. Nothing further.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Zarko. Council, anyone else? Mrs. Konski.
Through the chair to Mr. Prusak. I also would like to see the smoke shops and gun shops left for other districts, because what we're working on here is the mixed-use district, correct?
That is correct.
That's all we're changing.
All we're talking about is the Van Dyke mixed-use
Okay,
district.
so I also would like to see those removed again. My question to you, though, is help me out with the, how many stories and what is the setback from the road? I know we have the curb, we have the green space, we have the sidewalk. How far back will the buildings or the structure be set, and how many stories, and will the two relate to each other?
That's a great question. This ordinance is not changing anything about the underlying setbacks or height requirements in the underlying zoning districts, but as for what those are, I would defer to Dr. Parcell.
Okay.
So within the district, you are allowed to increase the height of your building above 2 stories and 30 feet in height. That entails, on my reading, that there is no maximum height within the Van Dyke mixed-use district. I will say it is or becomes incredibly cumbersome to develop over 4 stories in height due to additional cost of framing materials and elevators. But that is something that a developer may have an option to do. Setbacks are a bit different. The way that setbacks are measured are from the center line of the road in the city. That way we can account for right-of-ways that are different widths so that everything is uniform. So the setback along Van Dyke Avenue, where the right-of-way is 242 feet, I believe in C3 is 122 feet. That puts you about 30 feet from the sidewalk, setback onto the property. The development, as in the building and site design here, says that where design, or buildings shall be designed, new buildings, where feasible, to be located along the front yard setback of Van Dyke Avenue. So without a variance, they have to be, or they are encouraged to be about 25 to 30 feet from the sidewalk. And then if they are off of a side street or in the interior of a parking lot, there's more flexibility because they're off of Van Dyke Avenue and they can move around in the lots as the developer sees fit.
So basically, what you're saying is all the buildings along Van Dyke, none would be closer than the 30 feet.
I would say based on how the road kind of weaves in and out, the average distance would be around 20 to 30 feet, yes, of a maintained green belt.
What if they wanted to put up a 10-story building?
It would be the same setbacks still. And if you wanted to go closer, you would have to be seeking a variance through the Zoning Board of Appeals.
I would like to limit the number of stories right along Van Dyke. I don't care if it's farther into the lot, if it's like the middle or the end of the lot, if they wanted to go a little bit higher. But to be right there at the street level, I would prefer to see it no higher than 3 stories. Because if they go over 3 stories, they need to put in elevators, correct?
4.
I believe higher than 3 requires elevators.
That's what I mean. You can go 3 stories, do the stairs. After 3 stories, you better have an elevator.
You better, yes.
Because my concern is, this is mixed use. So we could have grocery stores in there, we could have bakeries, cake decorating, what have you. And if you have an elderly person or if you have a handicapped person, how are they going to get to the 2nd story or the 3rd story? They're going to use the stairs or they're not going to go. So my idea is limit it to 3 stories at the front portion of the lot. And if it's going to be 30-foot setback, I think that's high enough. I do not like to not have any limits at all. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Konski. Council, anyone else?
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Schmidt.
Through the chair to Mr. Petruzek, I guess. So Mrs. Yarko asked my act of God questions. I was going to ask about that as well. But in this ordinance, are we saying that in this district, we will not allow any drive-through banks, credit unions, or ATM standalones? Because if we're not allowing drive-throughs,
So to answer your question, by standalone ATM, a walk-up ATM would not be prohibited, but anything that is a drive-through use is a prohibited use, even if it's ancillary to some other use. So if it's a restaurant that wants a drive-through, you can have the restaurant, but you can't have the drive-through. You can have a bank, but you can't have a bank that has a drive-through. You could have a walk-up ATM on the inside, which is conducive with pedestrian activity. But drive-through uses in general are prohibited under the draft ordinance.
I struggle with that one because everybody uses a bank. And, you know, banks have become scarce and pretty small, brick and mortars, mostly drive-throughs now. So that's where I struggle with this. And as far as not having a maximum height, I struggle with that as well. I think just to assume someone's not going to build higher than four floors because it's too costly is a huge assumption on our part. So I think we need to have a maximum. And then if they want to come before us, be it 3 floors, 4 floors, then they come for a variance. But I think just to leave it wide open for them to build 20 stories on the edge of Van Dyke, I'm not comfortable with. And as far as the tobacco and guns, I have to say I agree with my colleagues. I'm not against guns. I grew up in a family with guns. I believe everyone should have the right to carry a gun or have a gun responsibly. But I don't think if we're making this our walkable, friendly family district that, you know, there are plenty of other sources for those in the city. You know, every gas station, party store has tobacco. There's plenty of tobacco shops already in the city. And as far as guns, you know, I just think there's a place for them, and this is not it. So that's all I have, Mayor.
Councilwoman Schmidt, if I could just address what you were raising about the height issue real quick.
Yep.
So just to clarify, the purpose of this particular draft ordinance amendment is specifically targeting the uses in the district. I think Dr. Parcell and the Office of Planning recognizes that, you know, we're going through the master land use planning process and that we're sort of, after that process is completed, eyeing an overhaul of the zoning ordinance. The issues with setbacks, height, area and bulk requirements in the district, that is all intended on being addressed in a subsequent update to this area of the city. But right now, because this is still an overlay district that is still bound by all of the underlying building and site design standards like height and setbacks, we're not touching that in this amendment. This is specifically use targeted, essentially.
I just don't want someone to think they can come in carte blanche and build a skyscraper on Van Dyke, because that doesn't work for me. So, but thank you for your explanation.
Thank you.
But they can right now, right?
Yep. Yep.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, they have been able to since this was adopted.
Yes.
Okay. Council, anyone else?
Mayor Taylor.
Mrs. Rouse.
Okay, I do want to thank the Office of Planning and then, of course, our legal counsel for reworking this. It has been, it's much improved, and I do appreciate all the changes. I do, through the chair to Mr. Petrusek, I do have one question, though. And this, you know, even though I live with a bunch of lawyers, I don't know this even. Is an act of God also flooding? Let's say the pipes break, and it totally, they have to gut, and then, let's say their walls, there might be a whole catastrophic failure. Can they completely rebuild if there's been a flooding?
If it was, I would say that if it was a natural occurring flood, then yes, you could. I don't
You're
think.
talking about like land,
Correct.
water
If
comes
it's, yeah,
in,
right. If
sweeps
it's,
away.
if you were, if, say there was a river that ran through the area, which there's not, of course, but say there was a river and it was to crest its banks and there were to be a natural flood, that would be an act of God. The ordinance as drafted dealing with non-conforming uses doesn't necessarily embrace the idea that the pipes freeze in the winter and that there's a flood in the building that causes a destruction. And generally speaking, most of the time, a flood of that nature isn't going to result in the total destruction of that building in the way that a fire would likely cause to happen.
Okay. All right, great. I appreciate that. So my thoughts on this, I do have to agree with my colleagues. I would like to see, so I appreciate that. That's all I need from you, Mr. Petrusek. Thank you. So through the chair to Dr. Parcells, sorry, Doctor. So as it stands right now with how we have all of this, what are our protections with someone coming in and wanting to build a skyscraper or what, you know, a 10-foot building on Van Dyke? How do we prevent that right now?
So.
10-story, not 10-foot. A Lego building, no, just kidding. 10 feet are fine. 10-story.
So, as it is right now, there are several protections. We require a public hearing for site plan approval if you are directly abutting a single-family residential use district. So you will be noticed and have a public hearing on that. As part of this amendment before you this evening, it now states that a special land use within the district for residential dwelling units on the ground floor of a multi-story building has to come before council. So there's an extra layer of protection where council will be reviewing mixed-use buildings or residential buildings in the district, which are typically the buildings that are built to a higher height than you see commercial only buildings. So they will be in front of you for review under this ordinance, under the update to section 2105.
So at this time, we don't have to, that's really not a major concern.
Yeah, I don't particularly view it as one. We have had probably 8 to 10 proposals come in, highest one being 4 stories. And at that point, wasn't even approved at 4 stories. So I don't think it is a significant concern of mine. Office of Planning is incredibly cognizant to neighboring properties when a development comes in. And if one was to come in at that height, we would require or recommend shade studies. We'd recommend a significant amount of site work to do with the parking, and you would be very, very strict on the requirements meeting our zoning ordinance for that. But if it was the biggest one that could come in and do that is a true mixed-use building, which is allowed in this district. Otherwise, everything is reviewed by Planning Commission, reviewed by City Council, and then reviewed administratively. So there's several layers of protection in terms of how it must meet the ordinance.
Okay. I'm comfortable with that. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Parcells. That's all I have, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Sarowski.
Mr.
Mr. Yanez.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Truzak? Yeah, you should have never sat down, man.
Well, he
I was
needed.
watching him for 2
complete
hours over
rookie
here,
move.
so when you went
I'm getting my steps in.
It's going
So
to
let's-
strengthen your legs.
So you're probably going to ever regret that you wrote the words act of God into anything. I'm going to, it sounds like to me that these non-conforming buildings that have some issue, it sounds to me that if they have a legitimate insurance claim going to Councilwoman Sarowski's scenario, if somebody's pipes freeze in the middle of the winter and cause flooding, now, maybe that doesn't cause damage to the building, but maybe it does, to the point where the insurance company won't, it says they have to rebuild at least part of it, what have you. I'm thinking about what happened at the Chevy dealer with a person using gasoline to clean the floor and starting a fire. It sounds to me like what we're trying to say is, if there is something that happens, whether it's an act of God or an act of man, that is a legitimate insurance claim, they can rebuild. Are you telling me that if somebody accidentally burns their building down because they did something dumb, that if it's not an act of God, they're out of luck as far as rebuilding?
No.
Okay.
And just to clarify, so the way the ordinance is currently drafted, it talks about any structure that has been destroyed by fire, explosion, act of God, the public enemy, which essentially is a legal term for warfare, basically. And it also references a criminal or tortious act not attributable to the property owner. So if there's a fire on the property that's caused by a grease fire, that would be covered. If an arsonist were to burn down a restaurant or a drive-through restaurant, that would be a criminal act, that would be covered. You'd be allowed to rebuild your drive-through restaurant. Again, getting back to the example of the pipes freezing, that's more of a failure of your heating and cooling than it is anything else. it's a debatable idea about whether or not something like that goes in here in terms of whether or not you have a legitimate insurance claim or not. But as it's presently drafted, that would not be something that would be swept into the ordinance in terms of non-conforming use.
Okay. I think I'm clear. I'm still not 100%, but that's okay. You can sit down. You can sit down. Through the chair to Dr. Parcell, when we talk about smoke shops, and I do agree with my colleagues on the smoke shops and gun shops in this very small specific area. But there are two hotels, well, actually, there's two hotels and a motel that exist there right now. A third hotel is going to be built probably.
Yes.
Can they sell tobacco products to their customers in those hotels? Can the gas station at the corner sell tobacco products?
Yes.
So it's not considered a smoke shop. What is a smoke shop?
So a smoke shop would be something that exclusively deals in tobacco or hookah product, paraphernalia, and associated items. Under state licensing, I believe, and I don't want to overspeak, so Mr. Kaszubski or Petruzik could jump in, but they allow for also testing of products and smoking within the site under their state licensing of a smoke shop. So cigars, humidors, but then nothing else. Not, convenience items, not prepackaged foods, not anything except for those paraphernalia items.
Okay.
Vape pens.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things I guess that somewhat concerns me, I'm not a smoker, so, I don't get it, but we're having people come in from out of town, maybe to work at Stellantis. They've all left. Well, maybe to work at Stellantis or Ford or whatever. They're at that hotel for a week or two or longer, and they're looking for something to do, and maybe they consume tobacco, and but they can't walk to a tobacco store because it's not allowed in the district. I guess maybe that's their problem, but certainly, and look, I had the experience once of being at one of our hotels, and as I get my car to leave, there's two guys standing outside the exit door smoking. They have nowhere to go, so they're standing out in the parking lot and smoking. And even though fewer people are smoking nowadays, it seems to me that we sort of need to accommodate that. Because people like me who don't smoke don't necessarily like to, walk through that atmosphere or be in contact with that atmosphere. But anyways, I'll just leave it at that. I agree that maybe we should not have smoke shops or gun shops in the district. And then finally, tell me how a building over 1 story becomes ADA compliant. How do I get around in a wheelchair on a 2 or 3 story building?
Thank you. So there are requirements in the building code that the city follows through plan review. In terms of residential, there are different types of units, type A and type B units, that are convertible into ADA accessible units in the ground floor for residential. Otherwise, there are certain means of egress and ingress into buildings, different types of elevators, lifts, requirements on stairways that will be required to ensure that they're ADA compliant through the building permitting process.
Very good. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Yanez. So I had some concerns about this last week, 2 weeks ago, whenever it was. I'm not going to say I have no concerns anymore. I think I have enough of my concerns satisfied that I can move forward tonight, but I'm not quite sure how where we're gonna end up. Just some general thoughts about the comments that have been made by other council members. I appreciate the contributions and feedback. I'm gonna give you some of mine. I'm fairly satisfied with act of God. I think we know what that means. I'm not too worried about that. I would say, I think I sort of agree with Mr. Radke that, to the extent that there's confusion regarding fast food or drive-through, I mean, like, what is Chipotle? Is Chipotle fast food? Is that fast food?
Under the definition of our ordinance, it has a drive-through, so it is a fast food
Like,
restaurant.
they're not the one at Lakeside,
Then that would be a restaurant.
Fast food.
so it's not fast food.
Fast
That
casual.
one.
Change the word.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just a little confusing because you can have a Chipotle with a drive-through, and it's not fast food, but if it does have a drive-through, it is. So I think that might be worth clarifying. I think Mr. Radke brings up good points about what they're doing in Centerline and in Van Dyke. Look, when it comes to gun stores and tobacco shops, I don't know. Are bars allowed?
Yes.
Yeah, bars are obviously allowed. I mean, that's like kind of what we're going for, right? Not only are bars allowed, I mean, would a microbrewery be allowed?
Yes.
Yeah, encouraged, right? Like, please come here and make this product that is very destructive to your health and is going to kill lots of people. But for whatever reason, we don't feel that way about alcohol, but we do about tobacco and we do about guns. I don't know. If we're encouraging bars and alcohol consumption, I don't understand why we would draw the line and say, well, no, you can't go get your tobacco, or you can't go get your cigarettes. So I don't have a problem with that. It's just a shop. You know, you from the outside, it's the same as any other shop. Presumably, we're gonna have standards about what the building's gonna look like from the outside. So I don't have an issue. I'm not gonna sit here and say, yeah, I want my kids to be exposed to all this, but I take my daughter to BJ's Brew House, where there's big, huge, vats they don't actually brew there, but that's the image they're trying to convey. And we just we don't bat an eye, like at alcohol in this country for some reason, but God forbid, I mean, and if it was a marijuana store, oh, good heavens. You might as well just move right out of the state of Michigan, right? So I don't get it. I would be fine with smoke shops. I would be fine with, I don't necessarily think that, it's not like I've been to a lot of downtown areas, and I've been to a lot of, like city centers and districts where that look like what we're trying to do. I mean, I don't know, outside of Dallas, I don't think you're, an area like that. I don't think you're going to find like gun stores on the corner. I think it's unlikely that there would be a firearms store moving in. Okay, so I'm fine with those staying in. That's just my 2 cents. And then I don't think it's necessarily germane, as Mr. Petrusek pointed out. I don't think it's necessarily germane to this discussion, but just my general feedback is I really have no problem with keeping it that there's no maximum height for buildings in the Van Dyke mixed-use district. I think it's very, very highly unlikely that a business would come in, or that a developer would come in and say, I want to throw a 10 or 12-story building right on the corner of 17 and Van Dyke, for example, 16 and Van Dyke. I don't see that happening. I don't expect it would happen. I mean, it could over decades, but there would have to be an organic development of the properties first. What I would be concerned about is that developer who looks at an empty sea of parking and says, I want to do something like, put in a mixed-use development here, first floor retail, second, third, fourth floor residential, courtyard, a lot of amenities, and give us what we're talking about here, and then planning say, well, unfortunately, you're limited to 3 stories. I mean, that, I think, to me, defeats the entire purpose of what we're trying to accomplish. And honestly, Mrs. Koski, I think it defeats the purpose of the example you were given. I mean, if there's if you limit it to 3 stories, then they could potentially build without an elevator, right? So you say, okay, we're going to limit it to 3 stories. Then none of the buildings are going to have elevators. If you give them 4, 5, 6 stories, then they're all gonna have elevators. So it'll be more accessible, than if it was just 3 stories. And so I would say, that's my preference would be to just not even have a height requirement or not, a height limitation when that issue does come back up. I don't see, I really don't see any reason why we would, I would care if somebody goes 3, 4, 5, 6 stories vertically on Van Dyke. And I think to me, that's what I'm hoping that Van Dyke will look like long into the future, is that it'll have those sort of developments with a lot of density right at the corner, with first floor retail, with walkable districts and density, so that there can, there'll be a lot of things for the people to do and come to. So to me, that's what's really important. And plus I think Van Dyke is, one of the areas, like you wouldn't do that on Metro Parkway, right? You wouldn't do it on Metro, I wouldn't want to see 6, 7, 8-story buildings lining up and down Metro Parkway. That's a much more residential feel on Metro Parkway, even though it's a similar road in terms of the number of lanes and the traffic counts, the speed limit, et cetera. Van Dyke looks and feels and is very different than Metro Parkway. So I'd be comfortable with that. I'm comfortable moving forward with this as it is. And that's how I'll be voting. Look, where do we go from here, council? Does anybody want to, does anybody want to speak again? Does
Mr. Mayor?
anybody want to make any sort of amendments to the motion? I'll allow, everybody to kind of have a brief second bite at the apple. Mrs. Goski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make myself clear. The property along Van Dyke, how deep is that normally? That's not 120, 125 feet deep. It goes back to the residential. My point of limiting at Van Dyke, the height is, what are you going to build behind that 3-story or behind that next building before you get to the residential? Do you want a 10-story at Van Dyke and then a 2-story behind it that cannot be seen from Van Dyke? Or maybe a 3-story in the middle portion? And then what are you going to put in the third portion? I'm saying if you start low at the road, then you can go a little bit higher and a little bit higher. Or high in the middle and low on both ends because you've got your residential over here. That's the point I'm making. Are you going to line Van Dyke with 10-story buildings? Or are you going to do a 10-story, 5-story, 3-story? If you make it so that you can see what is there, it would be more beneficial to the buildings, the operations, the product they're selling. You've got, what is it, it used to be called the Comerica building down in Warren, right at the curb. What's behind it? Do you know? I don't know. I haven't seen it. That's the point I'm making. Make it so that you can go garage road, but at least whatever we're going to put behind that building at least has the markability from Van Dyke. That was my point. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Yanez, did you want?
Yeah. So I know that a number of people who have written on the subject have talked about cities need to go vertical instead of horizontal. We've spread out a lot, but we've also talked quite a bit about parking and parking lots. And if we go too high, we have to make arrangements. We're going to assume that not everybody living there just takes the bus to work every day, right? They're probably going to have a car or something. So, in and of itself, the height doesn't necessarily bother me. But everything associated with the height, I think, is concerning, especially within this district. And that's why I think we really do need to limit the height to make sure that we're not using land for parking lot, but we're using land for something else. And certainly not parking structures. I mean, if you look at Big Beaver and Coolidge, right, in that whole area, and they got the shops out front, and then the taller buildings in the back, but they have to have, parking on the first couple levels there. So, yeah, if we went a 5-story building, the first 2 stories were parking structure, something along the lines of what the Wedge wanted to build, I don't particularly have a problem with that, but I do think at some point we need to limit the height for, just for the accommodation of vehicles, right? So that's my thought on that. The other thing is, I hate to vacillate on this, but I'm going to. And it comes down again to smoke shops, and I think we all have an idea in our head what a smoke shop is, right? So they sell cigarettes and maybe good cigars, maybe cheap cigars. I don't know if anybody sells pipe tobacco anymore, pipes, maybe that's it, hookah. But it seems to me also that, there used to be, and there's still a few shops around that are what are known as tobaccoists, where you can buy loose leaf tobacco for your pipe, or maybe you can buy a high-quality cigar. And this goes back to the idea that, it's not my hobby, but it's somebody's hobby. And if we have people staying at hotels, they need something to do, hopefully that's within a walkable distance. And, when you think about 17 Mile and Van Dyke right now, there's just not a whole lot there. So I would much rather have, and I don't know that we can break down the terminology of a smoke shop and what they can actually sell in sort of a high-end, high-quality smoke shop. But we certainly need to make sure that if we want this to be a walkable district, and it should be family-oriented, but it's not only going to be just families living there. It will be people from out of town. They're on business, looking for something to do. And if they have to sit in their car out in the parking lot to smoke a cigar or something, well, that's not what we want either. So, again, through the chair to Mr. Parcell, whip out your magic hat, see if you can pull a rabbit out of it. Is there some sort of definition that we can have, or are we setting ourselves up for a lawsuit by saying, yes, you can have, it's almost like the restaurant thing, right? You can have a restaurant that's a fast casual restaurant, as long as it doesn't have a drive-through through it, right? Mm-hmm. So could somebody come in and say, I sell loose leaf tobacco, I sell, papers, I sell rolling machines, I sell pipes, I sell high-end cigars, nobody's allowed to sample them there, and that's it. They don't sell vapes, they don't have the bright colored lights in the windows, they don't sell hookah, which then again, are we setting ourselves up? Because hookah's loose leaf tobacco, and maybe someone would prefer smoking out of a hookah than they would out of a pipe. Is there a definition between, it's like a bar and a lounge? I almost wish I had not gone down this road.
Well, I'm going to follow you, so don't worry about it.
What kind of lounge you want to put in?
Yeah, what kind of lounge do I want it to be? As long as they don't.
All right, I'll stop you there. Go ahead, Dr. Parcell, do you want to answer his question?
Yeah, thank you.
Remain non-committal at this time if there is, but something that we would be able to research and provide an answer for in the affirmative or not if there is a difference in definition.
So if someone wants to do that, say this starts turning around and people are attracted by the idea, and somebody comes in and says, I want to put in a loose leaf tobacco shop. Mm-hmm. And I don't sell anything else but loose leaf tobacco and the accessories for that. Could they approach council or approach the planning commission and say, I want to put this in, I want to be a special consideration?
They could apply for a use variance through the Zoning Board of Appeals, citing different standards that they're proposing to operate their business under.
Okay.
Or as part of a larger development in a PUD or something. Or it could be an accessory to a store that sells a more diverse set of items.
Okay.
As would be currently allowed.
Okay. Very good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mrs. Zarko.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Okay, Through the chair to Mr. Koszewski. Mr. Koszewski, do you sit on a committee that's the Drug Free Coalition that we sponsor here in Sterling Heights? And what are the objectives of that coalition?
Mr. Kushner, I sit on it too. I go to the meetings.
Multiple council members actually sit on that board. The Drug Free Coalition is intended, and I do sit on that, and I am vice president of it, but the intent of that is to dissuade substance use, abuse, and obviously tobacco and drugs.
So we pretty much have a coalition that discourages, especially young people, of partaking in the future from using, well, whether it be alcohol, drugs, or, you know, it's the excess that we're trying to curb. But I still have a problem with the need for smoke shops and gun shops in this area. So now, through the chair to Mr. Parcell, because you would know regulations through other states. Yes. Well, the state of Michigan regulates where you can smoke, isn't that correct? I mean, it's not in hotels anymore. It's not really in bars anymore. It might be in cigar shops. Those are, you know, that's where you could do it. So to me, as we talked about a microbrewery or a bar, you're still not going to be able to smoke in there.
You cannot, correct?
Correct. Do you know how many other states in the Midwest probably have those same rules now?
Offhand, I do not.
Offhand, but do you think there's a few?
I would agree that there's a few, yes.
Okay, and it's pretty much, I would say, the majority of states nationwide. There are a few that, you know, they still, you can smoke anywhere.
Yeah, that's correct.
So I think if we're teaching by example, that this is something that somebody might want in the future, but this is not necessarily a need for that area. I'm thinking, if you're talking about sustainability, being healthier, walking, why do you want to tell somebody to go ahead and smoke? And not only that is, when you're walking into a smoke shop, it's not someplace to be social. You're going to be in and out. Some of these other areas are meant to be social, where they're going to gather there. So to me, I still haven't changed my mind, and that's pretty much how I feel. And at this point, I'd really like to see a change in this ordinance at that to eliminate tobacco and gun shops in that area. Nothing further.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, look, I'll give you the floor next, Mr. Radke. I think we've given pretty good direction about what each one of us wants to see in this ordinance, and what we don't want to see. This is the first reading, so I'll let everybody make a brief second statement about it, but I think ultimately, you know, it's going to be up to the city administration to take our comments and try to tweak the ordinance as necessary and come back with something at the next meeting.
I don't
With
disagree.
that context, you have the floor.
I want to have the opportunity, the same opportunity that all my colleagues have to speak and comment, especially because I went first. So everyone else spoke after me.
Should snake around, like if you go first, you get to go last.
You'd
But
think,
If you want
right?
it right now, you're gonna have it.
I will. Very quickly, through the chair to Mr. Koszewski, is it legal to smoke tobacco in all 50 states?
Mr. Koszewski, if you know.
If you know.
I don't know in all 50 states, but I know it's not in this one.
Right. We're talking about ultimately a legal substance, just like alcohol is a legal substance. I sit on the Drug Free Coalition. My organization just gave a $1,000 donation to the Drug Free Coalition to support their efforts. But the difference between illegal drugs and legal drugs, there's a difference between having children who are not allowed to buy tobacco products and adults making choices legally that they want to make. And just off the top of my head, in Ann Arbor, there's the most walkable street in Ann Arbor is called Nichols Arcade. It's an arcade. There's no car access. You walk down it. The second shop on the left in Nichols Arcade is a tobacconist. You can buy tobacco in the most mixed-use building, in the most mixed-use city in our state. And they're not having a plethora of problems, because he was there when I went to school there in 2004, and he's still there now, because I just walked by it last year when I was on campus. You know, there's a tobacco store in Traverse City directly next to Little Fleet. The bar/food truck rodeo we talked about when this ordinance was first introduced. It's literally the first shop directly down the block from Little Fleet. it's not ruining their mixed-use district. Their mixed-use district is thriving. I just have an ideological thing that businesses that should be legal should be allowed to be operated. You know, I don't want to I don't smoke. Maybe I smoke a cigar occasionally, but I don't smoke cigarettes. But if someone wants to smoke, we live in America. You have the right to make your own choices. But I think the direction from council was clear, and there'll be a change here, and I'll vote for it. That's how democracy works. It is what it is. One more thing, through the chair, Dr. Parcell, I think there was some confusion about ADA accessibility for residential and ADA accessibility for commercial buildings. In a commercial building, do they have to be ADA accessible? Through the chair, Dr. Parcell.
Yes, they do.
So if it's a two-story Target, does there have to be a way for patrons of the Target to reach the second floor if it is a commercial building through the ADA, through the chair, Dr. Parcell?
You are correct, yes.
Right. So if a building's 2 stories, 3 stories, 4 stories, if it is used for commercial purposes where the public at large can access it, it must have a way for people, which is an elevator essentially, a way for people like my mother who were in a wheelchair to access it. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I just think we're being a little bit unclear about the ADA. Now, walk-ups are a different thing, and that's another issue for apartments. I also think there's some confusion here. You know, I hear what you're saying, Mrs. Koski, but I think it's wrong, essentially. Creating the wall of buildings, do we want taller buildings to be closer to our residential? Or do we want them to be further away? If they're located on Van Dyke Avenue, they're about the furthest away they can get from the residential. And all this talk about being seen from Van Dyke contemplates an avenue where people's primary mode will be still driving in from someplace else and looking into the district. We're talking about creating a district that inherently will support itself by people living in it and walking to it, not a district where you're driving by and looking in. So I think that having tall buildings won't much matter because the intent of this district is to create a situation where people are inside the district themselves walking around, not so much driving by. And I think that's kind of like where we're stuck. There shouldn't be any maximum heights on buildings. There's no maximum height now. No developer is going to come in right now and build that building. It's not economically feasible. And if they do, like they did the Zen in Troy, they will provide their own parking garage because there's no developer in America who's going to build a building where no one who wants to live or operate inside this building will have a place to park. The market will decide. Capitalism works. And I think we just are trying to nitpick this thing to death over supposed circumstances that'll never happen. It's kind of like that old cone. You know, one day I'll be a millionaire, so we got to make sure we don't tax millionaires. We're not even there yet. We're already thinking about ways to get out of it. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Radke. Anybody else?
Mayor Taylor,
Mrs. Schmidt.
thank you. Through the chair to Dr. Purcell. So already within this district, there are smoke shops, there are party stores, there are gas stations that all sell tobacco, correct?
Correct.
And all the things that a smoke shop sells, pretty much.
I believe even Meyer, yes.
Okay, so we're not closing them down. They're staying within the district. So what we're saying is we don't want any more in that district. But we're telling banks they can't have drive-throughs because last I heard drive-through banks were not illegal. They're legal. But we're saying you can't have a drive-through bank. So that's where I have the disconnect because there's already those products being sold in this district. We just don't want more. That's how I interpret this. And you can correct me if I'm wrong.
No correction.
Okay. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? All right. Mrs. Riska, can we have a roll call vote?
Yes.
Are we gonna?
What? Could you please have somebody read the motion on the floor, reread it? Or is it?
Okay. Mr. Radke made the motion. I mean, you want me to just read the motion that's on the floor?
Sure.
It's right here.
Motion on the floor is to introduce the ordinance amending Articles 14A and 25 of zoning ordinance number 278 to address permissible special approval land and non-conforming uses within the Van Dyke mixed-use district. It was moved by Member Radke and supported by Member Mayor Pro Tem Sarowski, as I recall.
Just want to make
That's
sure
the
what we're
motion
voting
on
on.
the floor. And can we have a roll call vote? Ms. Riska?
Yes. Mr. Radke?
Yes.
Mrs. Schmidt?
Yes.
Mrs. Sarowski?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Mr. Yanas?
Yes.
Mrs. Yarko?
Yes.
Mrs. Kosky?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries 7-0, and administration has some work to do, but I think that they believe they have fairly clear direction. So we'll move on to the next item on our agenda tonight, which is the,
No, it's,
Citizen.
it's time for citizens' comment. Thank you, Mr. Koszubski, per our council rules. It's 9:35. So we're going to move on to communications from citizens. For those not familiar, this is your opportunity to speak on any item not on tonight's agenda. If you don't speak during this, then you're limited to speak only on agenda items for the rest of the meeting. So communications from citizens, yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor and City Council, my name is Ronald Himmler. I live here. And I have a question about the proposal on the November ballot for the pathway. And as I remember reading, it's supposed to generate about $5 million approximately in the first year and maybe more in the other 14 years. And it's supposed to do things, for simplicity, I'll just call it parks and things. It does a lot of stuff. Now, I also know that the city council, in its annual budget, probably has a certain amount of money allocated for parks and things currently. I don't know what the number is, but for convenience of discussion, I'll just call it $1 million. Maybe you have a better number, but I'm just going to call it that. So if the if the ballot proposal passes and you get $5 million new dollars for parks and things, will that be added to the money you ordinarily spend out of your budget for parks and things? As one possibility, which would be nice. The other possibility is that you rely solely on the new proposal of $5 million, and you withdraw the money that you might ordinarily have spent on your budget for parks and things, giving you an extra, say, $1 million of bonus money to spend on other things on your budget. So is it going to be added to your existing expenditures from your regular budget? Or will it be replacing what you have in your regular budget and you use that for other money? There's two possibilities. I'd prefer that you continue to spend from your regular budget for those things and add it to the $5 billion or so from the new proposal. But it may be that you want to withdraw that money from your regular budget. So which is it? Do you know, or have you decided?
Yeah, we know, but we don't go back and forth with residents during this portion. So if you'd like to wait, we can answer that question.
I'm going to answer it.
In quite some time. If not, but we'll get you an answer one way or the other. We'll get you an answer by the end of the meeting.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Come on up. I'll get you next, Ms. Nyas. But it's the thing you wanted. Just not to keep you in too much suspense.
Good evening. Angela Kerner. I live here in Sterling Heights, specifically on the other side of the trail that goes between 19 Mile Road and Dahlia Park. And I'm having a little bit of difficulty on this initiative just because the trail itself is not really usable, that stretch. I'm going to speak just to that stretch. For bike riding, using a stroller to take the kids for a walk, it washes out with heavy rain. And so what's happening is we're getting sinkholes. They're replacing what they initially put down now with stone. So it's difficult to ride a bike. If you go on the trail, you can see where people veer off the path and ride the bike on the grass because you can't ride through it. It's very difficult. Let's see here. Had my neighbor recently fall through a hole just off the path. She'll speak to that. We're getting mini bikes. Sunday night, we had a mini bike at 8:45, blazing through, 2 of them. Golf carts are going through. I know specifically one that's cream color. There's one that's a black color. We really don't see a lot of maintenance unless somebody actually calls and says there's a problem. And I know when the trail was going in, there was a group of us here. I'm sure you remember that when it was first going in. But they said that there would be regular maintenance, it'd be monitored. We're not really seeing that. So I get the idea of how you want to connect everything to make it easier for everybody, but I think before we start adding new trails, we should work on the ones that we have to make them usable for the community. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
I know I just said thank you, ma'am.
Oh,
Sorry. Mrs. Nayez.
Mayor and Council, I'm Yvonne Nayez. I would like to discuss the Pathway to Play and Preservation millage proposal. The taxpayers of our community are being asked to pay for a canoe and kayak livery. The Recreating Recreation millage that passed in 2006 includes a canoe and kayak livery. We will be paying for this until 2037. Where is it? We've paid $650,000 for it. We're paying $52,700 for 4 staff, 14 hours per day, weekends, April through October. We're also continuing to pay for livery supplies and some hours for a naturalist. Now, before we pay for a second livery, I think we should get the one that we're already paying for first. With the Washington-style bundling that is in this millage proposal, it's expected that if you like even one item, you will probably vote yes. I would suggest that if you dislike even one item, you vote no, because the chances are slim that you'll get what you expect if prior actions are any indication.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Nayez. Mr. Bauer.
Jim Bauer. Yes, I'm back again. After the last meeting, Mayor, we had a discussion and you brought up about paragraph E, and I came up here and explained to you how the lots for the CCF don't meet the criteria for paragraph E. So as far as I'm concerned, you still violated your Article 16 of your zoning ordinance when you approved both those projects. And I still have not received any type of supporting documentation for your position that you didn't violate any ordinances. So as far as I know, I still go with what I said, that you violated that ordinance. And I'm hoping that you can provide some type of documented evidence that you didn't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone else under communications from citizens? And you only get one. Only get one. Yes, ma'am.
Terrible.
Yes, this was show and tell. My name's Ellen Malone. I live in Sterling Heights behind the trail that goes from 19 to Dahlia Park. First off, I want to thank Matt Sharp, who I sent an email to back in probably May sometime. We had a sinkhole behind there at bridge number 3, and it was taken care of. We've had a ton of rain this year. And so, speaking to what Angela Kerner said, we were under the impression that there was going to be consistent monitoring of the trail, and that just doesn't seem to be the case. So when I fell on August 13th, tagged onto that email that Matt Sharp had sent to me, and just let them know that I appreciate that they took care of the sinkhole. However, with the additional rain we've had, that area on bridge number 3 was actually disintegrating and eroding. I also let them know that I had the fall, and our firefighters and paramedics were amazing. I told them exactly where I was. I knew they could get down the trail, but they pinged my phone, and they actually got right to my house and walked through the woods and got to me. So I'm very grateful for that. When I sent the email to Matt, it was last week Friday, 3:58 p.m. I had a response from Matt by 4:25 p.m. apologizing that, that I had been hurt, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just so grateful that I got such a quick response. I also, I sent pictures of the hole I fell in and what had progressed, and there was a city worker that had actually done something and put a couple rocks in it. I also sent pictures of me trying to knee roll on the street in front of my house on Northampton, which was a disaster because I got stuck in it, and even with my wheelchair. So anyway, I'm grateful. This past Friday morning, they were out there doing hot patches on my street. The other 2 streets in the subdivision still need attention. So I just want to applaud Matt, and he let me know that it was a gentleman by the name of Ken, I don't remember his last name right now, that is with a DPW that was handling that. So I'm grateful for that and the prompt attention. So my question is, to the path, when are those things going to be taken care of on a timely basis? I also heard the motorbikes out the other night, and it doesn't seem like anything, there's kids out back playing all the time and on little scooters. I don't understand parents. But also, when are our streets going to be taken care of? Pre-COVID, they did 2 streets in our subdivision, or 1.5 streets in our subdivision. The beginning of Northampton, and then over on Warwick. So, thank you very much for listening. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Feel better.
Thank you, Ms. Malone.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Mr. Nelson.
Ken Nelson, Fire Steel Drive. Here to talk about, came to my possession a letter that was sent out of engineering to the people of Gardner East. You don't know about this? Anyway, to the people of Gardner East, that apparently they're looking at getting the paving done on Gardner East and on Nathan. The letter went out of engineering saying this is the way it is, that it looks like you're going to end up with $3,500 as a special assessment. And then it went into marketing pathways and said, but if this passes, the possibility is that you may pay a lesser amount or nothing at all. That's really not right. You're using pathways, and as far as I know, I didn't see Gardner East paving on the list of items that was going to be done. I think there's also a letter that went for Nathan on the dirt roads. How can we trust what you say we're going to do with this? We're already changing directions. This is not right, and next time I'll bring this out. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Nelson. Anybody else under communications from citizens? All right, if not, we'll close that portion, and we will move on to the next item that was up for our agenda.
Consent agenda.
We are on to the consent agenda. Is there anyone who'd like to speak on any item on tonight's consent agenda with the omission of item L? Council, we need a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Mrs. Koski.
move to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Support.
It's been moved and supported with no discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, next item up is.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Radke.
Could I request a 5-minute recess? We've been at it for quite a bit.
We can have a 5-minute recess. So we'll, 5 minutes, 9:50, we'll take a 5-minute recess, which means we'll see you back at 10. Okay, calling the meeting back to order, and the third time is the charm. Now calling consideration item, I forget what it is, but.
9A.
This is to consider approval of the First Amendment to the stipulated, amended, and restated consent judgment in the case Vestovich et al., the City of Sterling Heights, Macomb County Circuit Court, case number 07-2424CE. We have a presentation from our Assistant City Planner, Sean Keenan, and our Planner 1, Ryan Fox. Mr. Keenan, Mr. Fox.
I'll be starting us off today, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council. Today we are going to be talking about hopefully a sweeter topic than some of the other things we discussed. An amendment to consent judgment Vestovich et al. Versus City of Sterling Heights. So our location is at 5800 19 Mile, located at the corner of 19 Mile and Mound. As you can see, Mound Road along the eastern side of this development and 19 Mile to the north. This is a layout, generally speaking, of the current site plan for the site. As you can see, we can see the layout here. There's a gas station located centrally with fuel pumps that has been constructed and is in operation. A retail building to the south part. And then phase 2, which has not been constructed yet, which would consist of an office in the western portion of the site. The associated pavement with that expansion as well has not been built either. We'll get into more detail on that later. So this is the existing site, as you can see. The market and gas station is in full operation. You do see the unit in which the Dairy Queen would occupy in the southern part of the building here. Here you can see a floor plan that touches a little bit more on the proposed changes with this amendment. As you can see, the Dairy Queen tenant space would occupy about 1,240 square feet and would feature a 260 square foot freezer that would be screened on 3 sides behind the building to the west. It would be screened by a 12-foot 4-inch wall, and the existing building would screen the freezer from the east. Any removed landscaping, as we discussed last time we were here, would be relocated in conjunction with this amendment. And the floor plan there is a change happening in the floor plan where the Dairy Queen would occupy 1,240, as I said, and the Red Barn Market would occupy 5,920 square feet. Here further highlights exactly where the Dairy Queen would be located at. The proposed maximum hours have changed since the last time they were here. It would be 10 a.m. through 10 p.m. Sunday through Saturday to just allow more open window there. Dairy Queen would provide 8 sit-down spaces to accommodate seating, and there is a drive-through located that would go around the rear and to the southern portion of this building. Touch a little bit on the screening, which we discussed last time. As part of the agreement, the applicant has agreed to plant 7 Norwegian spruce trees to increase screening as they're waiting to move on phase 2. 5 of the trees we can confirm have been planted thus far. We spotted those in the photo you featured on the left side of the screen. Landscaping would revert back to the originally approved landscape plan once construction on Phase 2 begins. That is because the existing berm would need to move for the approved landscaping to go through. And yeah. Sean.
Yeah, and then just to continue on related, there's some questions related to the decibel ratings or the noise that possibly could be emitted from the cooler freezer. This is again the wall that was discussed or related to providing some screening, but also help mitigate any types of noise that would be coming from the condensers in the unit itself. We did ask the applicant about the decibel ratings for the unit. The decibel ratings are about 70 decibels at a distance of 10 feet. To the left on the chart there's some ratings and comparables of decibel ratings. 70 decibel rating is probably about a washing machine, a TV. Noise above 85 decibels is considered hazardous. Some things to point out, again, the unit will be screened and also muffled. The sound will be muffled by the wall. The distance between the south residential property line and the unit is 189 feet. The distance from the unit to the residential to the west is 215 feet. There is also along the south property line a 6-foot-tall berm with evergreen plantings. To the east, there will be again, the office building as well as additional berms to also provide additional, I guess, buffer from any potential noise that might emit from the unit itself. Office of Planning thinks that a lot of these steps or whatever will mitigate any types of potential noise nuisance that might come from the unit itself. Again, it's 70 decibels. The city's looking through the city's zoning ordinance, some of the performance standards for different zoning districts. I think the lowest decibel rating at the property line that I found was in the Office and Research District. The noise decibel rating, maximum noise during nighttime was 55 decibels at the property line. Again, we believe that the steps taken and the distance from the residential property line, we believe that it wouldn't really create a nuisance related to noise. And this is some photos that were taken earlier this week showing the berm along the south property line, as well as the west property line. There's quite a bit of vegetation that's existing right now. And that's all we have, and we're happy to answer any questions that you might have. And Mr. Norman Yatoma from Red Barn Property and Mr. Matt, I think, Dawa from the owner of the Dairy Queen are here to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Fox, Mr. Keenan. Would the petitioners like to make a comment or just wait till, who is the petitioner here? Okay. Would you like to comment now or present, or would you like to wait for council members who may have questions for you? Okay. All right. Is there anyone else in the audience who'd like to speak on this item? If not, council, we need a motion.
There's a motion.
Oh, yes, motion is on the floor. Sorry about that. Okay, the motion is on the floor. Who made the motion? Mrs. Sarowski, do you have any, would you like to lead us off?
I'm actually going to defer to Ms. Schmidt at this time.
All right, Mrs. Schmidt.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair to Mr. Keenan. Mr. Keenan, can you put the map up again and tell me where the speaker is for the drive-through, please?
Let's see.
There we go.
Let's see it here. Oh, is it? Right here.
It's right there.
Okay. It's right there. Okay, and there's trees planted there already? Is that what you said?
Not-
Is that a buffer for that drive-through lane or for, what are the trees a buffer for?
The trees to the
West.
to the west, those are existing trees right now.
Oh, so it's all the vegetation,
It's
that's all
existing
that's there.
vegetation. However, when the Phase 2 is built, there'll be some, a berm with landscape plantings to buffer the commercial from, the commercial use, basically, or office use from the residential use.
So until then, there is no buffer from the speaker to the residential, except the vegetation that's there?
Except for the distance and the vegetation.
Okay, and we're not concerned about that?
The requirement, I believe, for the drive-through order board is 55 decibels.
At the property line?
I believe it's at the order board, but I can look that up and have that answer for you.
Trying to help them right now.
Takes a village.
Oh, 0 at the property line.
0 at the okay. So we are thinking that vegetation that is there will be a good enough buffer until Phase 2 is built?
At this time, we believe so. However, if it does become a nuisance, we could have the applicant take additional steps to remediate.
Okay, so we are upfront about that?
Correct.
Okay. And then through the chair to the petitioner, if you could step up, please. Thank you for coming tonight. I appreciate it. You sat through a long meeting.
You're fine. I was glad to be here.
So, in looking at your outline, you know, the whole development, do you have a tenant for that retail space yet?
For the retail space, we have one that's Benchmark Therapy. They're actually in permitting right now for you guys.
Okay, all right, that's great. And how about, do you have a time frame for Phase 2?
We do not currently, we have it marketed out to build to suit and because it's approved as medical offices. So as we get someone interested in that, we will build it. If not, we are interested in having our corporate offices there, but that would be a different subject. at a
Okay,
different
so
time.
it would say medical office.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I have nothing further, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Schmidt. Anyone else, council? Mrs. Zarko.
Through the chair to whoever wants to answer my question. For the Dairy Queen, is this ice cream only Dairy Queen, or is it a full-service Dairy Queen where it's hot dogs and hamburgers and
It's a grill and chill, so we'll have hot dog and hamburgers.
grill and chill? Okay, nothing
Yep.
further. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Council, anyone else? Mr. Radke.
Just briefly, through the chair to Mr. Yatuma.
Yes.
I've been to your gas station. I think it's one of the nicer or nicest ones we have in the city. I was very impressed by it.
Thank you.
I'm sure this will be a tremendous development. My question is just singularly, I guess, but it's been answered, was would you leave the trees in place once the development started? But it sounds like you're going to be reworking the site so those trees wouldn't, the Norwegian spruce.
I just voluntarily put those Norwegian spruce. I put 7 of them additional. They weren't required.
Right.
We voluntarily put those because we saw a gap in the property line for the customer, for the residents.
Sure.
And obviously, we've owned a lot of other businesses, and we know we don't want to have any issues with them, and we want to be friendly and as neighborly as possible. So we voluntarily put those, but there will be berms and trees when Phase 2 happens. But currently, they have more of a comfort right now because if Phase 2 does build, they'll be actually closer to them.
I'm in favor of it. I just
Yeah.
was wondering if you'd be willing to leave them in place just to have.
Oh, no, they're going to be in there. I mean, I just paid to put them in there voluntarily, so there's no reason, there's no reason for them to go. And I'm about to,
No, I appreciate you coming tonight. I think that with the decibel meter readings and everything, you've answered all of our questions. I see no problem with putting this forward. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Radke. Council, anyone else? No. No further discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck. Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have consideration item. This is to consider appointments to the City of Sterling Heights Lakeside Corridor Improvement Authority. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak on this item? If not, okay. So this is going to be a 7-member board. There are 6 appointments that need to be made to this board. There are, let's see, these are all mayoral appointments. City council will confirm the appointments, and they're all open, obviously, because this is just being created. There are two that are ending 9/30/25, two ending 9/30/26, one ending 9/30/27, and one ending 9/30/28. Council, I have received recommendations from city administration and from Mr. Bonner. I would ask that for the two appointments to terms ending 9/30/2025, I would ask somebody make the appointment of Chad Asman and Philip Hunsberger.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Radke.
resolve to appoint Chad Asman and Philip Hunsberger to the Lakeside Corridor Improvement Authority to terms ending September 30th, 2025, subject to the appointees meeting the qualifications set forth in Charter subsection 4.03, taking the oath of office within 2 weeks.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Is there any discussion?
I
Mr.
think,
Radke.
just briefly, I'll comment on all of the candidates. I think that the city administration and Mr. Bonner brought forward some excellent candidates. I'm familiar with everyone on this list. I think they're great city activists and evangelists, I guess, for the city, and I'm happy to support them. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Radke. Council, anyone else? No further discussion on those two. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. The next two for terms ending September 30th, 2026. I ask council to appoint Daniel Wesner and Stacy Zarko.
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Sarowski.
Move to appoint Daniel Wesner and Stacy Ziarko to the Lakeside Corridor Improvement Authority to term ending September 30th, 2026, subject to the appointees meeting the qualifications set forth in Charter subset 4.03 and taking the oath of office within 2 weeks.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Mayor, point of information.
Mr. Radke.
Because Stacy is related to Barb, I believe that we'd have to use a different form of motion to appoint her to this board.
Mr. Koszybski, any comment on that?
Yes, given that Mrs. Ziarko, Mrs. Ziarko as in Stacy, is related to a council member, the motion would need to state that it is in the best interest of the city, and it would require a 5/7 vote. I would actually recommend that because of that, if you want to keep them in the same terms, that you do these motions separately, so that they're two separate motions.
Okay.
Okay. So I can amend my motion.
Why don't you just withdraw the
All right, I'll withdraw my motion, and I will resolve to appoint first Dan Wesner to the Lakeside Corridor Improvement Authority to a term ending September 30th, 2026, subject to the appointee meeting the qualifications set forth in Charter subset 4.03 and taking the oath of office within 2 weeks.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Is there any discussion?
Very briefly, I've known Dan Wesner for close to 30 years. He is an excellent gentleman. He coached my boys in football for many years. He's been my neighbor. He does the most beautiful Christmas decorations for his house, bar none, and he's been a stellar community member and volunteer. I'm very happy to recommend him or support him to appointment to this board.
All right.
And he's a great business owner as well, so just add that in there.
Thank you. Council, anyone else? No further discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, council.
And then for the second appointment, resolve to appoint Stacy Ziarko to the Lakeside Corridor Improvement Authority, to a term ending September 30th, 2026, subject to the appointee meeting qualifications set forth in Charter's subset 4.03 and taking the oath of office within 2 weeks.
I would need an amendment to that, or in addition to that motion, that you are also finding that it is in the best interest of the city to do so.
And this is in the best interest of the city to do so.
Support.
Been moved and supported. This one will require a 5/7 majority to pass. Councilors, is there any discussion?
Very briefly, the reason that we are appointing Stacy Ziarko, notwithstanding her relationship to a council member, is that she is a business person in the city who is the president, chairperson of Connect Macomb. She has a long history of community involvement. She knows many, many, many business members throughout not only our immediate community, but throughout many in the Metro Detroit area. She has connections that will be very important within this authority, and she has volunteered to take this position when we were challenged to have people be on this authority board, and she definitely will be able to help us with many challenging issues that we will have throughout this timeframe. And I think that I agree that she will be very beneficial to us. And that's all I have, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Sarowski. Mr. Radke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly, I would normally vote against an appointment of a family member of a council member. I believe that we can expand the pool. That being said, as the chairperson of the Chamber of Commerce, who is also located within the district, I do believe it's in the best interest of the city because she represents a large number of businesses that exist in the district. And if she wasn't related to Barb, we'd appoint her because she represents those businesses. So I think that this is actually in the best interest of the city. All that being said, if in the future, I will probably vote against appointments that involve family members. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Radke. Council, anyone else? No further discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, council. Okay, we've got, let's see. We've got one ending in 2027 and one ending in 2028. So for the 2027 appointment, I'd ask that a council member make the appointment of Steve Grouse.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Radke.
resolve to appoint Steve Grouse to the Lakeside Corridor Improvement Authority to a term ending September 30th, 2027, subject to the appointee meeting the qualifications set forth in Charter subsection 4.03 and taking the oath of office within 2 weeks.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Is there any discussion?
Yes, briefly, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Radke.
Mr. Grouse owns DC Sports, a business that was in the mall formerly and now is across from the mall. I think he's a perfect candidate for the future of the district and what this board is about. All I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Radke. I agree with that. Council, Mrs. Sarowski.
Thank you. I do want to weigh in on this. I've known Steve Grouse for another good close to 20 years. He is very excited to be in his new location. He is very happy to, he's looking forward to being more involved with the city and helping to promote the city in a new fashion. And I know that this appointment means the world to him, so I'm happy to be a part of that.
Okay, thank you, council. With no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Last but not least is the term ending 9/30/2028. And I'd recommend, I'd ask for somebody to make the appointment of Mary Pawlowski.
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Zarko.
Resolve to appoint Mary Pawlowski to the Lakeside Corridor Improvement Authority to a term ending September 30th, 2028, subject to the appointee meeting the qualifications set forth in Charter 4.03 and taking the oath of office within 2 weeks. Support.
It's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion?
Mayor Taylor, Mary is probably watching our council meeting right now.
I guarantee it.
She is. She's probably watching right now. She probably took a break when we took a break. She is, and tomorrow when I see her, she's going to give me a rundown of the meeting and what she thought. So I think she'll be a really good asset. She knows what's going on in the city, and it just so happens she lives within a half a mile of the district. So nothing further.
Okay, well, hi there, Mary. Thanks for watching. You must not be a Tigers fan, but that's okay. Maybe you got 2 TVs going or the radio. Council, any further discussion? No further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Council, thank you for making those appointments. And we'll move on to the last item on our agenda, I believe, which is to consider to extend an agreement with Identity Marketing and Public Relations LLC for branding and storytelling consultant services with an estimated annual expenditure of $250,000. We do have a presentation from our Community Relations Director, Melanie Davis. Ms. Davis.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor, members of council, Mr. Vanderpool. As you know, when we engaged in a lot of the stakeholder forums for our Visioning 2040 process, one of the things that kept on coming up as part of the stakeholder engagement was that the city did not have a brand, or that people didn't understand what our community's brand was. They didn't understand what the stories were from the people that lived here, the businesses that were here. And so as part of the Visioning 2040 plan, we were given direction to start a campaign that would tell our community's brand through stories from our residents and businesses. And so we engaged with Identity to do so, and we've been partnered with them for about a year. A big portion of that was spent on discovery and figuring out exactly what we wanted our campaign to be. In the last 5 months, we've really been actively involved in promoting that. The other thing that came out of that Visioning 2040 process was the predictive data that was presented to us by SEMCOG. It was no surprise when they, shared with us things like, we still have quite an aging population. Population growth has been a little stagnant. Manufacturing jobs are expected to soften. And, we're not unique to that. That's why, even in the state of Michigan, that's why the governor has appointed a new chief growth officer to look at things like that, making sure that we're drawing population to the state of Michigan. And, as that person does that, we want to make sure that we're poised, that those people that move to Michigan are moving to Sterling Heights and not another community. And so, we think it's, more important now than ever to make sure that we continue this long-term sustained marketing plan that we were directed to put together. It's a nationally recognized award-winning plan. We've had a lot of success with it, and the long-range objectives that we have for the plan include, starting with an awareness campaign, but then also pivoting toward more of a creating favorable opinions and values about our community, and ultimately getting people and businesses to move to our community. So I'm going to leave it at that, and we have Brandon Chestnut from Identity. He's a partner with Identity. He's been very actively involved with us in putting this campaign together, and I'm going to let Brandon run through this presentation for you.
Thank you, Melanie. Members of council, Mayor Taylor, Mr. Vanderpool, Mr. Kaszubski. I'm excited to be with you in this late hour because I know this is the one thing that I'm sure everybody had on their docket to discuss, which is, our storytelling. And, sitting here this morning or this afternoon and evening and just listening to all the different stories that were coming out, I think it's very telling that we're now moving on to a topic around how we've been able to communicate all the amazing things that have been happening inside the city over these past 5 months and the work that we've been doing with the communications team and the city team around Look No Further. Would you mind advancing? Thank you. I think what's important as we talk about setting the tone for today is that we've really reached this exciting first chapter of this effort. I think Melanie expressed some exciting things that we like to share with council around our successes this far, but we truly are just getting started. If I had to rewind the clock, remember that Pure Michigan, I think the comparison campaign holder that we would all aspire to be, was launched in 2008. And I want you to think about what marketing felt like in 2008. There was 100,000 businesses on Facebook, and it was only open to college students pretty much at that point. So these types of campaigns evolve and change over time, but the short amount that we've been in market, who we've been able to share our messages with, who we've been able to bring into the campaign has been very exciting. It's also been very thought-provoking around what we've learned and what we've seen so far. We're in this ideal position to continue the campaign and build on what we've seen so far. Go right ahead, please. Now, if I had to rewind again to where we were across the street earlier this year at the community center, and I was expressing what were our goals and objectives for this campaign, there were 3 really important things that we wanted to communicate, not only to the existing residents and business community, but to those that would have any interest in either moving their family or bringing their business into our city. First is, how do we take this story that we had worked together and have worked with many of you on to build and take this campaign and bring it out into the market? We needed a vehicle in order to be able to communicate all the amazing things that were happening within the city, and really elevating the story was a core objective for this campaign. The second piece is, how do we take our ambassadors, our people inside the city, whether they are working for the city or they're doing great things, or they're within the business community, and using them to help communicate these important talk points. It's one thing that many of our peers in other cities throughout the state are not necessarily leveraging, is using real people with real stories that have amazing, I think, anecdotes as well as important success stories to share with broader audiences we're looking to communicate. The last piece is bringing new technology and a very strong outreach engine into the actual marketing efforts. We have some amazing things that have been happening within city communications in order to get many of these different types of stories and news items out, but we needed other more creative ways and surgical ways and measurable ways where we could reach people either within the city or in the outskirts or where we deem they are very important, or these important audiences are living. Go ahead. Now, to give you a snapshot of data, we've essentially been able to build a new engine and new media outreach tool for the city in this short period of time. If I had to give you a snapshot of the metrics, I kind of broke them into three specific areas. The first is our visibility, how many people have seen us. The second is what type of engagement we've been seeing in this short period of time. And the third is just an understanding of what type of messaging and creative that people are seeing. To give you some snapshots, first, we've had nearly 20 million visible impressions of our campaign. And to clarify, that is number of eyeballs that have seen some element of tracked digital placement, as well as our billboards or other area where they've seen our messaging, our people, or some element of the Look No Further campaign. That alone was just 1 million on Facebook and Instagram, which is one of our most popular channels, and also one of the most active channels for the city in terms of its own marketing from an organic standpoint. Additionally, we've had almost 200,000 views of our videos across channels like YouTube and our other social media accounts. Now, keep in mind, you probably all personally sit at home, maybe even late at night, and you're scrolling through videos like this. We can actually tell the number of people who watch the complete videos, not just 5 seconds here or there. We've seen substantial numbers of lift of people actually watching stories, listening to them, and paying attention to them. We've also had great engagement with the community, both inside the city and surrounding it. That includes almost 186,000 engagements on the types of content we post. That's people sharing, commenting, liking. And I've seen members of council and other people also engage in this, which is very, very exciting to see, as well as other target audiences that have shared their stories on the Look No Further campaign and what they've been seeing in the businesses and people that we've been highlighting. We've also seen significant traffic into the city website with people of interest. Now, if you had to ask me what was the golden metric at this point, is people that go beyond just simply watching something or liking or commenting on it and coming into the city website. We've set up a destination for them, and we're able to tell if people take a step further to want to learn a little bit more about the city or some information that we're offering. Additionally, we've seen a number of creative types and stories that we've deployed as part of this initial campaign outreach, including up to 8 straight hours of ads that have played on one of our radio partners. And we've heard anecdotally people being throughout the city or even in surrounding communities and sitting in their place of business or in a social gathering, and all of a sudden our ad comes on and they're kind of pointing to each other because they either happen to work for the city and that just happened to be serendipity that they hear that message. So that's something that we've been very excited about and we've just been hearing anecdotally. Just to recap, we did share some from our initial creative and our first unveiling meeting that we had earlier this year, but to give you a little bit closer look at some of the things that have been in market, a number of our business highlights, our examples of how we're highlighting diversity in the community, our engaged citizenry, as well as some very, very tailored and sponsored content that has been running on some of the most popular news outlets inside Michigan and reaching millions of readers throughout the state. This diversity of content has allowed us to try a couple things. One, see where people are paying attention to us digitally, be able to place types of media where we see other forms of economic development or tourism media out in the open. We've also been able to get direct response from the things that we've been sharing. People have been sharing us in real time what they think about the ads, much of which is positive, some is really constructive, and I'll be honest with that too, about what they think about our messaging and what they've been seeing. Go ahead. But at the end of the day, I think the thing that we continue to communicate with the city team on a weekly basis is what people are saying in real time. Again, we've had thousands of comments from people throughout Sterling Heights and the surrounding communities, even those who have moved away or some that are planning to move back. And it's been everything from what they miss about their city, what they felt about the investment in the campaign, what they felt about our business owners and our legacy companies that have been inside the community, and what they feel in terms of city services around safety and other features. And it's given us a lot to absorb as well as plan around, because there's a lot of common themes and there's a lot of shared enthusiasm for the city itself, and people are willing to put their stamp on it and endorse it, which is something that we really hold to our hearts and want to further push out into the open. Go ahead now. If I had to give you some interesting takeaways so far at this point in time, one of the many conversations we've had with the team has been how many people are seeing this on average, and we found that our average person within those numbers of audiences are seeing an ad from the city about 4 times, especially on Facebook. So those of you who might be Facebook users, I know a lot of people in this building have said that they've been seeing it. They're seeing it about 4 times on average. Now you could think psychologically, how many times does people need to see something in order to open a business or move their family? That's what we want to learn, but we know that they're seeing it repeat times. We are not simply a fly on the wall that's distracting them. They're repeatedly seeing messaging, and they're really repeatedly seeing different types of messaging, which we think is very effective. Additionally, we can see traffic coming from all of our surrounding cities. We are trying to exclude the city of Sterling Heights from some of our very specific traffic driving efforts, and we're able to tell people have taken that extra step, whether they're in Wayne County, Shelby Township, Clinton Township, Southfield, Grosse Pointe Park, and they're actually coming into our site to explore a bit more of our economic development and resident attraction messaging. What's also of interesting in our last point is just the engaged age groups. It is not just a young person's game only in the digital world. We have all different age groups and demographics that are engaging with this type of content that we're pushing out. We've seen comments and responses from virtually every, I think, demographic and age type you could think of, which is helpful for us to understand that we're not just essentially leaning into one audience. It also allows us for future planning that if we want to activate especially different types of groups or segments that we feel best represent the next resident, the next community member, the next business owner, we can start to carve them out and deliver very tailored messages, especially from an economic development standpoint. Go ahead. From an industry insider standpoint, this is something I'm very proud of. We work with hundreds of brands throughout the country, including many here in Michigan that you would know, Motown Museum and Apsby Water and Hudsonville Ice Cream. And when it came time to actually submitting some of our work for especially a short campaign, there's only one we picked, which was the city of Sterling Heights. And we received word a few weeks ago that the Look No Further campaign, in this early stage, is actually going to be recognized nationally in New York next month, alongside some of the biggest brands in the country and other cities that have submitted their best work campaigns. So this is part of the PR News Platinum Awards. Identity took the initiative. We submitted the information about our work with the city. Some of the brands that are included in this award ceremony includes Nissan, Adobe, Delta Airlines, Nestle, Walmart, Sandals Resorts, Martin County Tourism in Florida, and among many, many more. And for us, we saw it as validation that this is not only a great idea, but now if anybody searches award-winning economic development or tourism campaign, the city of Sterling Heights is going to appear alongside DHL, USPS, and many other brands. We have 2 categories that we're up for. One is community purpose and the sustainability category around community engagement, which is up against Bank of America, the Georgia Commute Options, which is part of their transportation initiative, MasterCard in downtown Cary Park in Cary, North Carolina. We also have Best Visual Storytelling, which is what we set out to do, up against Bayer in their community health initiative, the Children's Hospital Association, Cetaphil, Nissan, and Pendleton Whiskey. That last one, really curious about, but they kind of fit right in. But this is actually a major national award ceremony on October 8th, and we're excited to help represent the city as the son of Sterling Heights. I'll be there with bells on, but it's a big part of our initiative to get some additional validation around the importance and the effectiveness of this campaign. Go ahead. Now, I know today's discussion is around what is the vision for next steps. We've had 5 months to put this campaign in market. We've had many things that have been activated as a result of it. We've had our folks on the ground at our major events like Sterling Fest, creating content information, talking with business owners. We have a bevy of videos already in the queue. We've talked to nearly more than a dozen businesses and business owners, and we've had several conversations with the economic development team that are taking place right now on how we can best support them. So more of our data is essentially being brought back into the system, and we're figuring out ways we can further the Look No Further message as a part of that. The things that we're very excited about incorporate one, specific focuses working with Velocity and Mr. Bonner around areas where he feels like we can add more diversity to the types of businesses that we're talking to and support his efforts, as well as bring in some of our best multi-generational businesses or even more mature companies that are really helping to drive a level of awareness in the manufacturing, aerospace, and advanced technologies areas into the mix. Additionally, we're exploring new highlights that we'll be rolling out, and we've talked to everyone from our muralist to community members that are really engaged in our sustainability efforts to the owner of Coach's Ice Cream. So we have other stories that have been recorded and ready to go that we've been rolling out, and we're really excited to share with the community as well as surrounding areas to show more interest in Sterling Heights. Go ahead. Part of our vision and why we are asking for an extension is, one, marketing itself is an ongoing effort. Reputation, we believe, is important when it comes to driving revenue, and it's something that should be sustained. This is not something that just lives in the background and kind of in the ether, and we wonder what's happening. Our team of nearly a dozen works on this on a regular basis. I myself included am actively engaged in how we analyze and report on the data. Part of our effort as well of being able to stick within the budget and being a great steward of the investment is having a plan for how we'll attack every year. Big portions of that, one with this year, is focusing on more economic development messaging and support there. Moving into broader data gathering and using some of our resources to actually create custom surveys using the audiences we built for the campaign. We can actually go to anyone who's seen one of our ads and serve them up very specific questions or messaging. We can also use existing city data based on any IT and security requirements to ask questions about the campaign, and we can dig a little bit further into what people are seeing and hearing. We can also use this time as we move into further years to figure out how the information and content we create directly reflects the opinions and attitudes of people that are seeing the information about Sterling Heights, whether it be positive or maybe neutral, and start to create some very specific stories around that. So we have a plan over the next few years to integrate not only more exciting stories of what we're hearing, but we're also using that time to have more data to bring back to council on what people are actively saying and what they would like to see or maybe hear more about as part of this initiative. We did break out in this package that we submitted some specifics around how we would approach each time, but I would love to leave it there to be able to respond to questions from council or hear more about our successes thus far.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation. I'll go to the audience first, then we'll go to the council, and if we have questions, we'll call you back up. Okay. Is there anyone, Mr. Nelson?
Ken Nelson, Fire Steel Drive, Sterling Heights. I don't think that I've ever seen a project like this lasting 5 years as a consultant. You can go back and say your 2040, your 2030 took 1 or 2 years. Your concepts may have been 3 or 4, but this is a lot of money. This is $1.25 million for this project, and for the most part, we seem to be changing direction around here quite a bit lately. And I'm sure this company does great work, but it's just too long of a contract. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Nelson. Anyone else? Okay, council, is there anyone who'd like to make a motion on this item?
Mayor Taylor,
Mrs. Zarko.
resolve to accept the proposal by Identity Marketing and Public Relations LLC, 300 Park Street, Suite 265, Birmingham, Michigan 48009, for branding and marketing consultant services.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion, Mrs. Zarko?
A couple of questions. To Mr., is it Chestnut?
Yes.
Okay, that was easier than I thought. Okay.
I'll take it.
Okay, when you do marketing for us, do you do anything about job recruitment?
There is a combination of actual support that we have built into some of the campaigns. Are we doing listings specifically for opening positions? No, but we are incorporating a hiring and recruiting message. One of our best, actually highest performing campaigns was with AGS, which shows a number of diversity around positions and openings. A big focus that we're actually discussing right now is how do we show more diversity of work options. So wired employees, different salary types, different types of focuses and industries. Are we just specifically listing jobs? We are not doing that.
Okay. I know you gave us a bunch of numbers on how, by any chance, our SHTV went and produced a video for National League of Cities' 100th birthday. We were a real hit in Mackinac when they played it.
Yeah.
Is there a chance that anybody tracked how many people saw that video? Through the chair to?
Yeah, I can answer that question. I don't have the exact number. We did track it initially, because we had posted that on the National League of Cities page when and did use the hashtag. But it got, I don't know the exact number, but I do know that it got probably 50 times the amount of views as the other ones that were submitted for that campaign.
That's true. We did talk to the president of National League of Cities, he's the one that brought it. Well, he was a keynote speaker, so he actually brought the video with him, and he's played it at their staff meeting. But it was a hit, and might be something we want to bring back and put on our Facebook page. But nothing further. You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Zarko. Council, anyone else? Mr. Radke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions. Mr. Chestnut, please. Through the chair. When we first thought about branding the city, we talked about neighborhood brandings too.
Yes.
And I did not see that on your big board or your presentation. So I'm curious where we stand that way, because we are one community with 36.5 square miles.
Correct.
I know that there was some talk about doing interior branding too, to kind of differentiate different neighborhoods and things.
Yeah,
So
yes.
where do we stand with that, I
Yeah,
guess?
so if we're talking about like district branding
Sure.
and creative associated with it, so actually timing could not have been better. We recently had an internal call about how that's going to be one of our focuses for the balance of the year. A combination of messaging. We're going to be working on some discovery around how we're positioning each of the districts. Additionally, working with Mr. Bonner, who has insights into like the different types of businesses that have had interest in our districts or whatever the purpose or city plan might be for them. Part of what we're building is figuring out how we can be a bit more surgical. The creative part's easy. I think it's what we say is a little bit more challenging around how we differentiate to a degree. So we actually have discussions about what the districts will look like between our team and Melanie and City Communications, also bringing in some additional support with Velocity, who has some great just perspective on people they're working with and where they're located. So the plan is by the end of this year, we're going to be having a messaging exercise with each district. We're going to have very specific points and personas to talk to with each of them. That will then move into creative. It will not require as much heavy lifting as when we had to interview each of you and I think get to more specifics. This is more around how do we start to, again, segment them a little bit more effectively, and that is still part of our planning and our delivery.
Thank you. Melanie, do you want to, Ms. Davis, excuse me, Ms. Riska.
Sorry.
Would you like to add anything to that through the chair?
Yeah, so we, as Brandon said, we have been having conversations about that, and one of the key things that we've talked about is, how we use our storytelling to brand each one of the districts that we have.
Right.
We want to spend, I think, a little bit of time really focusing on the North Van Dyke Avenue corridor. That's one of the districts that we want to pump because there's so much growth happening there, and we have such big plans for, what we want to do in that area. We've got the new Chaldean Community Foundation apartment building there. We've got the new mural there, public art, and there's a lot of other really interesting things that are going to be going in there. And I think by branding, by doing some storytelling around that particular area, I think we can help solidify in people's minds what that area is going to be, what it's going to look like, and what it would be like to live or work there. We also talked about doing the same for, specifically about retail businesses, retail entertainment, dining along the Golden Corridor. We talked a lot, Brandon spent a lot of time talking about what we want to do with advanced manufacturing, aerospace and the like for the Sterling Innovation District. So we're really trying to make sure that we're hitting all those areas.
Okay, I guess my concern, and what I've heard from people is we would like to better brand different areas of the city, not just the North Van Dyke district, but the west side and the east side and some other areas.
Okay.
I'd like to see a little bit more on that. I understand what we're trying to attract and retain business, but I think that a lot of these businesses also run their own attraction and retention campaigns. We don't need to do their work for them. I want to make sure we're doing our work on behalf of the city. I'm also just a little bit concerned about the length of the contract and the expense. I'm price sensitive. I think this is great, and I want to support it. 5 years is a long time, and it is a sum of money. So that's what I'm thinking about. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Radke. Council, anyone else?
Mayor Taylor.
Mrs. Sarowski.
Thank you very much. So through the chair to Mr. Koszybski, is this contract already written and yet for this 5 years?
Mr. Koszybski.
The 5-year proposal is based off the original RFP.
Okay.
So the original proposal was back in May of '23, I believe.
Correct.
Okay. So my question is are there any fail-safes going to be built into this contract for the city if there is not, if we are not satisfied, or if we find that there is something that we want to, sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but I do want to, I just need to ask these questions. If there's something that we find that we don't like about the services any longer, we don't want to necessarily break the contract, but if there's, I just want to make sure that, if there's, I'm sorry?
Protection.
Well, right, again, protection. We want to make sure that, is there something in this contract, or are we going to be bound for 5 years, even though we are finding that we are not satisfied with this service any longer?
Mr. Koszybski.
If you could give me a few minutes, I'm going to look that up real quick.
Okay.
Actually pulling it up as you were speaking.
Zip, 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 swipe away, because as I'm sure other colleagues, I missed one, but may have said, but I am, 5 years is a long time for any contracted services. And if we want to change the trajectory of this campaign, if we want to change even the branding within that 5 years, are we still bound to that? Or are we, 5 years is, although it's going great, and I'm not at all unhappy, but contingency plan. And we're just gonna, I'll do a tap dance here.
He needs a few minutes.
Well, if I may, from the identity side, we did have a termination clause. We build it in every contract for a number of reasons. One, while our average client tenure is 6 years across our 100 clients, and we'd love to maintain that relationship for that length, we also understand that things change. I mean, it could be on our end, it could be from the city's end. There could be a change in scope, there could be a change in anything else. So there is a termination clause built into any agreement that we would have. I mean, also our purposes, like if we, for some reason, decide that we need to end the engagement and give proper notice, we'd want to do that. Our typical standard is 120 days, just for clarity, but yeah, I wanted to.
Either party can terminate for any reason with 120 days notice.
Yeah.
Okay, and is there any penalty within that?
No.
No penalty?
The reason for the 120 days is for a few things. One, usually media commitments are made. We're usually wrapping up stories. We have transitionary documents that go into play. So, I mean, on the creative side, it's sometimes a little bit different than maybe a standard professional services agreement, but we would want that to be in there for both parties, I think, to feel more comfortable, especially for a lengthier commitment.
We would have to pay obligations that they were already spent or committed to, which
But
makes
other
sense.
than that, there's no,
Yes, so it is a 120-day cancellation period.
okay, all right, that's all I have then. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Sarowski. And that's why lawyers bill by the hour.
I know, just a minute, I'll get back to you.
It's a lot of
I'll
scrolling.
get back to you.
Don't answer in a minute what you can answer in
Stop
20.
scrolling, answer. I just have one comment, just to piggyback on Mrs. Yarko. Have you ever considered cowbells? Because that is what the
Hey,
video is all about.
I hear blimps are in nowadays, so maybe we need to get some.
We need more cowbells. And that's all I'm gonna say. You'll have to watch the video. The Mr. Vanderpool.
All right, thank you, Mr. Schmidt. Council, anyone else? Mrs. Koski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to our gentleman there, what have you done for us in the last, how long has your contract been? 6 months?
It has been 1 year.
1 year?
Yes.
What have you done?
He just
How
went
did
through
you
it.
spend your 250,000? Did you do 120,000 in media buys?
Oh, good question.
50 in economic development support? 50 in creative services? And I'm assuming 30,000 for you?
would you like me to start? Okay, I'll go ahead. So your breakout is accurate. So if I could, with the exception of the economic development spend, which is new as of this year, it was specifically line itemed by the Economic Development Group led by Mr. Bonner to provide additional support, and it was specifically be focused on economic development efforts as an additional add-on. From our past year, that time was invested as such. So there was a media buying campaign of which there's no markup for the city, no additional costs. We did not absorb any of those as an agency. And that has gone to our investment on platforms that are digital to run our ads or through traditional media buying methods from billboards to radio and the like. Yes.
Where did the billboards go and how many?
We've had 13 different positions for billboards. The specific cross streets I can be happy to share that with council. I don't have it off the top of my head, or I can use my phone. Majority of them were in high traffic corridors near I-96 thoroughfares outside of the city. They were not in the city proper. We looked for drive markets that we feel would best reflect where our audience would be.
Okay. And the media buys, you said were?
Yes. Media buys were a combination of things. One, we had a heavy investment primarily in Meta's platform, which is Facebook or Instagram. One, because it gives us age targeting, demographic targeting, city targeting, and other information that we feel allows us to better segment the types of audiences we'd like to reach. In addition to that, we made a strategic media buy with the Detroit Free Press. They have incredible reach in terms of the readership. They also allow us to curate a very specific message around the Look No Further campaign that ran in their digital edition as well as an ad throughout their entire site and on the debtnews.com. Additionally, they ran a boosted campaign for us on behalf of the city to reach their specific audience, the opportunity to receive more eyeballs. We made a strategic investment with The Bounce. We felt like from an age targeting and demographic standpoint, that was one of the best we could get. They also offered us a significant discount. That was where we were able to play a number of our on-air placements, that is line reading or ad campaigns that we gave specifically to the radio party. In addition to that, we made investments in Google's platform for YouTube. It's one of the fastest and quickest ways to scale a video campaign, which was the core of what Look No Further really represented. So we used that investment to reach very specific geographic audiences with just video and show them very specific clips from our campaign. The additional time that you referenced, our creative services were to shoot, edit, cut the number of videos that we built into the campaign, of which there were several dozen assets and several different versions, some of which you saw in our initial presentation. The $30,000 was specifically professional time to manage and coordinate all of the video shoots, manage the ad spend, as well as our ongoing project management, reporting, and professional time with the city.
Mainly, what I want to understand is this media that you're doing, are you talking about Sterling Heights as to what we have here? Are you talking about comments that you have collected from the residents? How are you promoting Sterling Heights?
Sure.
What have we got that you're selling?
What have you got that you're selling? Well, I mean, I think our best voice to communicate that are the residents and the business owners that we've engaged as part of this campaign. So after going through our very strong and stringent due diligence process and meeting with council and members of the community, the city, our directors, we wanted to narrow in on a few things that we felt best represented our talking points. Then we went out to the community to find members that were either engaged in many of the programs that we offer or in the business community or have been a legacy member, and they were the ones that built very specific messaging around why they put their business here, why they're invested in our community programs, why they feel like they're never going to leave and bring their families here for the long term, or why they feel like this is the best place if they're a startup to open something new. And that's really represented the core of the campaigns that we've been running, and we felt that we've seen direct anecdotal impact from what people have seen, and we know that even the day we launched the campaigns, we saw immediate response from Ventimiglia's that people were coming to the door because they saw what was run from the city's channels.
And he has good food.
That was the biggest thing.
I'm not happy with a 5-year campaign. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what's going to happen in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, and definitely I don't know what's going to happen in 5 years. So I'm not in favor of 5-year. Next year, awareness and visibility. how is that going to promote Sterling Heights?
So there's a few things that we have at play. One, I think we have a winning message around look no further and what it represents.
Oh, don't use that, please don't use that with me, because it's look no further, get your step-in tub. Look no further, you get Anderson windows. Please don't use that. I'm sorry.
Anderson Windows? Yeah, that's,
It's just kind of like a cliche that's overused.
I think from a campaign standpoint, simplicity often works. And I think why we went this direction is we felt like it encapsulated a lot of the things that we wanted to tell people about this city. Now, you asked the question about awareness, reputation, and what that means.
Yes, please.
Yes, and I think you would agree that reputation in most cases is everything. It drives revenue, whether it's good or bad, gets people excited or pushes them away. A big portion of what we want to continue to do as part of this next evolution of the campaign is add more voices to what we've been using for our storytelling engine. Additionally, be able to start to get specific on a few key program elements or specific audience and resident experiences of what they want to share. So a big portion of what we think this awareness and reputation piece is going to do, first, drive more eyeballs and drive more traffic. What we want to do with that information, and if I'm allowed to get geeky for a second, all those numbers that I showed you, imagine it is a big pot that we built that didn't exist before. Now, with today's technology, the one thing that we can do that maybe TV or other things don't allow us to do is we can mine that information. So what we can do with part of that awareness campaign is not only show someone that initial first touch story, that first touch ad, but I can put them in a box and then I can run very specific information to them. I can also start to better understand who's paying attention to the ads that we're running, whether they are located in a specific market or a specific age or have a specific interest. So when we talk about awareness and reputation, what we're hoping to do is start to mine that data and be able to come back and say, these are the specific groups that are reacting to this type of economic development message. These are the ones that are responding to a residential or attraction message, and start to move and get more granular and granular. You'll even see in our plan, in the future, not necessarily next year, but we want specific home buying and housing-related campaigns that I think are going to hopefully find us in a place where we're not as impacted by macroeconomic trends, and we can talk positively about what it means from a homeownership standpoint.
Not apartments. Impact and influence, attitudes and opinions. Those are the next 2 years, and then you go into surveys. So what are you going to do? Put that information out there or make your contacts and then go back and survey people? Is that what your year 3, 4, and 5 are going to be?
So there's a combination of things that we think that surveys will be able to tell us, because I think everyone's curious, like, who's seeing this, what are their motivations, what type of information they're retaining. So there's a few data components that we have access to. We've got some city-specific marketing data around people on our lists or people that are opted into our networks like Nextdoor or other places where we have a chance to say, have you seen Look No Further? What messages have resonated with you? Whether it's economic, residential, resident attraction, events, and beyond. We also want to create our own survey data that we can continually mine. Part of our effort is to see how people respond and maybe ranking the messages that they're seeing and seeing it, and also notice if they change over time. A survey is a moment in time. We want to be able to go back to them at a different moment and see if their opinion has changed in some way. Also giving them the option to comment directly to us on maybe some of the things that they felt were accurate, maybe inaccurate, or what they'd like to see. And that's where we feel the survey is going to have the biggest level of impact and involvement in shaping what type of stories they'd like to share.
So basically what you're going to be doing is you're going to be putting information out there, you're going to do surveys, and then you're going to bring that information back to us, and it's up to us how we use that information.
I think it's going to be really driven by us to make that recommendation, and still, council has more than any level of input on what they'd like to see with that information, but I think as your partner in this, we would make a strategic recommendation how to best use that data. I think it's information that will have broader impact than just outside of reputational and campaign marketing. It's things that might be interesting to us, because I think better understanding what an audience might say about really anything, it's valuable intelligence. And we'd like to share that, make it available, and then use it effectively and strategically to continue this type of campaign effort.
That's what I would expect from a consultant, is to give us a recommendation after you gather your information. So what recommendation did you give us this year?
This year, well, a big portion of it was, one, what do we think people would respond to? Now, with launching a new campaign, especially one that's been in market for 5 months, there's also a leap of faith. We don't know if what we think people feel about the city is real, or is it, our own fairy tale, as in we put something out there and they have the ability to comment back. Will it be positive? Will it be neutral? Will it be negative? And the biggest thing that I think we've learned in this effort is that we have so many advocates that are untapped in terms of the comments and what we've been seeing. Our biggest piece of advice to the city has been continuing to find those people that we can elevate and bring to the top. One of the most challenging parts, too, of launching a new campaign is there's probably people that are our best ambassadors that even council knows that would love to see as part of our outreach efforts. But at the time, when we said we want to feature you as part of this, this campaign did not exist. We didn't have a sample to show people. Now that people have been seeing it, we're getting inbound requests to be part of this. We're getting asked from the community to how we can be involved, or from other city services of how they can be more visible. So for us, we see it as a great way to build even better bridges and to elevate people that we know want to have more visible focus. So our biggest piece of advice back to the city is that, one, we have an engine that we feel best gives us outreach to surrounding communities to deliver economic and residential attraction messages. And two, we need to continue to stay the course around bringing new voices in, and then allow that to let us get more targeted and closer to the appropriate nudge.
Did you give us that written report already?
We meet regularly with the city team around what the responses are. We also have reporting on our metrics. I did include some specific responses in the materials we submitted, but I would say that a lot of our kind of ongoing programming has been discussed at length with the city management team around where we want to continue to go.
Yeah, it's just not shared with council other than what we got on.
What I submitted, yeah.
Memo tonight. I just cannot go along with 5 years. That's $1,250,000. And we have a millage coming up in November asking people to, over 15 years, 92 million. And I just am having a hard time with yours. So, thank you very much, but I can't support you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Koski. Mr. Yanis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Chestnut, for being here. In all sincerity, first of all, I want to say how much I appreciate this document and the work that you do. Having said that, what were you planning on doing tonight? Because you weren't planning on being here, were you?
Well, you got me out of tucking in my son for bed because he's having a bit of a meltdown, so I'm happy to not be there. So, hope my wife's watching. Sorry, honey. Well, I think that's a great question. Look, part of our effort for communicating success is to be able to share with council what we're seeing, what we feel is the direction of this campaign. And we know you're receiving a lot of the reports that we were sharing with the city communications team. But, we welcome the chance to have some level of engagement and, also put our, skin in the game to show why we think this campaign should continue.
Well, I'm glad you said that, because the fact of the matter is, we weren't going to get this report, other than what you submitted in the documents, and that's not your fault. Okay, you want to sit down, you're welcome to, yeah. Thank you, though, for being here tonight. I am sincere about that. So, colleagues, imagine the look on my face when I get my documents and I look through the consent agenda. We're buying snow throwers, and we're buying bifold doors, and we're buying, some other stuff. Oh, and we're also buying a 5-year, $1.25 million contract in the consent agenda. If you all remember, last year when this was brought to us, we had individual meetings, not public meetings, individual meetings in the city manager's office. This was all laid out to us about this program and why we need this program and why we should get on board with it. Some of us, some of us were fully on board. I had to bite my lip a little bit, but I said, let's go ahead and take a look at it. This was a 1-year program. I pulled our sheet from last year's packet, May 1st, 2023. Period of performance, kickoff introduction of this project would begin in Q1 2023 and would continue through the full first rollout of the project projected to conclude on June 30th, 2024. Nothing in there saying this really needs to be a 6-year program. And then all of a sudden, surprise, in the consent agenda, where we normally just kind of blow through everything, here's a 5-year, $1.25 million contract. As my colleague here pointed out, we have a millage on the ballot this year. We're asking people to raise their own taxes. But we have $1.25 million to spend on clicks and impressions. This is all very impressive. I'm looking at, 17.4 million total campaign impressions. That's impressive. What does it mean? We didn't get an opportunity to ask what it means. Here we are at 11:12 at night. Mr. Chestnut wasn't planning on being here. I didn't have to give anybody a heads up. If I had not given anybody a heads up, Mr. Chestnut would not be here. Ms. Davis would be scrambling to put this thing together, and none of our questions would have been answered. So I have to ask, first of all, why was this put in consent agenda? And in a program that's brand new to us, why didn't we get the opportunity to at least have a public hearing, as Mr. Chestnut performed, or that we have the same one-on-one individual meetings where we could have asked questions? The reality is, folks, this is a lot of money. This is a 5-year contract. I appreciate the timeline. I don't know what we're going to see after 5 years. I'm 67 years old. My entire life I've been seeing Pepsi commercials. Apparently they haven't found a way to sell enough Pepsi that they got to stop advertising it. And it's going to be the same thing for the city of Sterling Heights. Yeah, it's a 5-year contract, so it would be 6 years total. I'm guarantee you after 5 years, we're still going to need more advertising, for whatever the next reason is. Now, Mr. Chestnut brought up that the Pure Michigan campaign started in 2008. I asked when I was in the state legislature, they had the gentleman who, was running that program, and he was talking about the International Pure Michigan program. I asked him if they had any data to support the success of the program, because the programs are always successful. None of them are ever failures. And he had absolutely no data. And he was frankly very upset that I would even bother to ask him to prove his work. So here, after 16 years of Pure Michigan, what do we have? The state has had to invest in a department of growth, a 3-person department of growth. So we have Pure Michigan that we're paying for, but because we didn't get any growth over 16 years, now we have to pay people to try to promote growth. So this is going to be a never-ending story. It should have never, ever been in consent agenda to begin with. So I'm obviously not happy that it was in the consent agenda. I'm not happy with a 5-year plan. I'm not happy with the fact that we weren't given the heads up and we could be prepared to ask hard questions about the success of this program. I asked this when Mrs. Koski and I got to meet last year with these folks. I asked this question to everybody who wants a contract. How do you determine success? And there really wasn't an answer from our friends over at this organization on how to determine success. I don't know if you consider all these clicks and impressions successful. I don't know what this means to us. As more money come into the city, as more residents come into the city, how have we benefited from this? I would like to know more about, no offense, Mr. Chestnut, but this is almost like voodoo. It's a lot of numbers. You appreciate the impressions, the visibility, the uniqueness of, unique clicks and all this stuff. But at the end, it's got to translate to something hard and fast. And you're telling me it really can't translate to anything hard and fast until we do the 5-year program. And then what's after the 5-year program? So, I might be open to a 1-year contract, maybe. Frankly, at this point, I'm so aggravated, I'm not open to anything right now in this. And frankly, I also, Mr. Mayor still gets to speak yet, but, okay. I will end it there, and I will let you speak, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you for that, Mr. Yanez. Thank you for being here tonight. Mr. Chestnut, I don't have any specific questions for you. I'm going to just make a few basic comments here. First and foremost, we've gone into this trap of talking about service contracts like this in the past where you have an out, and we call it a 5-year contract, we call it an indefinite contract, we call it a lifetime contract. It's a 4-month contract. It's a 4-month contract. That's what it is. And tomorrow it'll be a 4-month contract. And the next day after that, it'll be a 4-month contract. It's a 4-month contract until we say we're terminating it, then it's less than a 4-month contract until it expires. So we could say that this is a 1,000,000-year contract, but if we have a 4-month out, then we can get out at any time. Secondly, we budgeted for the money this year, and we have the ability to budget or not budget for the money in years to come. And if the council decides, if there's a majority on the council that decides next year that we're not going to pass a budget that funds this activity, we can get out, and we would get out, and administration would really have no choice but to get out if that's the message that we send. Third, I think that it's just an inherently difficult question to answer as when you ask, what does success mean in the context of this campaign? Clearly, for Pepsi, you can define success based on whether the sales of Pepsi products go up or go down or stay flat. You can define it based on the profitability of the company. You can define it based on, well, we've got this niche product and we really want, like when Mountain Dew starts advertising Baja Blast or Code Red or whatever crazy concoction they come up with, my kids' eyes start spinning in circles and they need that Mountain Dew. I mean, that's one way of measuring success. They're going to sell more of those cans of pop. Cities aren't like companies in the same way. Like we can measure success in a lot of different ways, whereas with a corporation, you're really looking at the bottom line. And that's essentially, companies can talk about a bunch of other metrics, but at the end of the day, all that matters is profitability or revenue or some combination of the two. So it's different for cities. What defines a successful city is different to different people. Okay? So I don't think it's necessarily fair to say, well, you need to show us this metric that housing values have gone up. Well, it could have been a number of things that made housing values go up. That we have more exposure in areas outside of the city. Yeah, I think that's one of the things that we're going for. So the city administration, the community relations department has outlined things that they want to see done. I think, Mr. Chestnut, you've explained what you're doing to get there. And the hope is that throughout this process, we're going to be able to tell the story of Sterling Heights in a meaningful way and retain the residents that we have, retain the businesses that we have, attract new businesses, and attract residents from the Metro Detroit area to come to our parks, to come to our businesses, to come to our restaurants and our shops, and tell a story about Sterling Heights that people didn't know before. What I can say pretty assuredly is that most folks that live outside of Macomb County, I think if you venture about 30 to 40 minutes outside of Sterling Heights borders, you're going to have a hard time finding somebody who can tell you what really makes Sterling Heights unique and interesting and distinctive and why they choose Sterling Heights as a place to go visit. Right? Like I can give you a few reasons why I might go visit Dearborn. I've heard about Dearborn my whole life. I've known about Dearborn my whole life. I'm not sure people in Dearborn know the first thing about Sterling Heights. And so I think we should put the effort in to try to attract people from outside of Sterling Heights, outside of Macomb County, and beyond. And to me, it's worth the risk. Yeah, there's some risk here, that maybe we're spending money and we're not going to get equal return back. Maybe the 7 of us each have a different answer to what success looks like in the context of this campaign. That's fine by me. To me, I'm saying we've budgeted this money. We really are only committing to 4 months. I think it's worth continuing this process. I appreciate the presentation you made tonight and the results you've shared with us. And so I'm comfortable going forward. So with that, Ms. Riska, can we?
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Yanes.
Can I make a motion? I'd like to make a motion to table this to a date certain. Have city administration set up meetings so we can have the one-on-one meetings and ask the questions that I think we deserve to ask in this program.
Okay, are you making a motion?
I'm making a motion to table.
Postpone?
I'm making a motion to postpone to a date certain of November 19th.
Motion on the floor is to postpone to November 19th. Is there a second? Hearing none, motion fails. Ms. Riska, can we please have a roll call vote on the motion on the floor, which is to approve this agreement with Identity Marketing and Public Relations?
Mrs. Schmidt?
Yes.
Mrs. Zareski?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Mr. Yanes?
Look no further for my no vote.
What?
No.
That was a no from Mr. Yanes.
Yarko?
Yes.
Mrs. Kosky?
No.
Mr. Radke?
Yes.
All right, motion carries 5-2. Thank you, Mr. Chestnut, for being here late. And we got double duty tomorrow.
Pay the price.
He'll behave tomorrow.
Kids away, do the dishes,
Laundry.
get your wife some flowers. All right, we have already done communications from citizens, so we're going to go on to reports from city administration. Mr. Vanderpool, do you have anything for us tonight? You have 2 minutes starting now.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Rundown.
I do want to respond to Mr. Hemmler. He deserves a response, and the answer to your question is that the millage before the voters on November 5th is in addition to the recreating recreation. In other words, it's not going to supplant anything in recreating recreation. So again, that is for pathways, an indoor pickleball facility with no membership fees for residents, 2 major park developments, reforestation of our city. We have one of the lowest tree canopies in the area, and also creating $18 million for a land bank that would allow the city to purchase open space throughout the city, place a conservation easement over it, and preserve it forevermore. Now, I also want to say that I think I'm down to 30 seconds. I also want to say that it'll actually free up additional revenue. In terms of special assessments, they're very controversial. The sidewalk special assessment under this would be eliminated and moved to the millage. So that's included in part of this. It would also then free up about $300,000 annually because the city has to contribute a portion toward sidewalk special assessments in addition to the resident. The average bill for the resident is $1,000 on average every year. Imagine that, getting that bill. Now, that $300,000, the city council can choose what to do with that in the future. There's been some debate about road special assessments. We only have a few roads left in the city that need to be improved. The city council could decide through the normal budget process to reallocate that funding to actually fund those road improvements and eliminate the special assessment for roads as well. But that would need to be determined by the council through the budgetary process. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. Mr. Koszybski, anything tonight?
No closed session tonight, Mayor.
All right, council, any reports or new business tonight?
Briefly, Mr. Mayor.
Radke.
I also wanted to follow up. One resident said that we already operate a kayak livery. Could you address that comment, Mr. Vanderpool?
I was going to, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rankin, I was going to, but I ran out of my 2 minutes.
Mr. Rankin can give you all the time he wants, I guess.
I'm here all night.
I can't stop him.
So, under the recreating recreation proposal, the city entered into a public-private partnership with a canoe kayak livery service that has served us well for the past 8 years. However, the risk in public-private partnerships like that is you're reliant on that company in terms of sustainability. And the company we're with has informed us they don't intend to continue this service much longer. So there is no succession plan. So through the Pathways Plain Preservation Millage, we would be constructing our own canoe and kayak livery service owned and operated by the city, so we could preserve that service forevermore, not be reliant on the private sector in that respect. So that's a clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. One final thought, I wanted to congratulate my colleague Barb Zarko on her Jim Sinclair Award at the MML. She gave a great speech. Our dinner went a little bit long.
Read your bracelets.
Yeah, got our bracelets and got out the door, and I appreciate that, so congratulations. It was a very good speech, and it was, as always, about serving others, not serving yourself. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Radke. Council, anyone else?
Mayor Taylor? Yes, it was a good dinner. It was, I was thankful for the award, but everybody wanted to watch the debate. That's why we had to hurry up with the speeches. But I'm going back to the trail, that's the one that out of Delia Park. You know, I know the one that we maintain that's, Shaner to like Freedom Hill, the drainage is perfect. There's only one part there that you have standing water after a rain. Now, if you go farther east, the part that the county maintains, and because of the way the hill comes down, it floods out. But I just wonder, when they were talking about the surface getting the ruts and stuff, is there was the same engine, through the chair to Mr. Vanderpool, did we use the same engineering firm to take care of that trail as we did the one that's off Shaner? Because if not, I think we should look at it and see how it can be tweaked so that the residents won't have that problem.
Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Zarko, I'd have to double check on the engineer used for the Freedom Hill area park. But what I do want to say is this, and again, I ran out because of my 2-minute time limit. What I wanted to say is that periodically we do have issues like this, not only on our trailways, but on sidewalks and on roads. And we do our very best to stay on top of these every day. But we also do rely on the community to tell us where there may be a problem spot, where there's a pothole. If we get a call and a resident says there's a pothole on my street, we're going to have someone out typically that afternoon to fill the pothole at the latest the next day. And that's the case with our trailway systems too. It's virtually impossible to be on top of every single section of every trailway we have, no different than sidewalks or roads. So we do appreciate community feedback, and I really appreciated the resident who complimented us for the very expeditious response. That's our model. But I'll check on the engineer for you.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Zarko. Anyone else? Not, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Support.
It's been moved and supported with no discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you again, Scott Van Leuven.